Nina Infinity. It's Wednesday night. It's time for Infinite Talk. I am going to be joined by my co-host in just a few minutes. He's just running a little late, but he is going to be here before I get into all of that and he joins us, which he will very soon. I'm going to say hi to the chat and tell you that I am Halloween ready. As you can see, look at all my Halloween stuff. Look, I even have a little Halloween cup. I'm ready. I am in the spirit. And so is the world. It seems like we're we live in the twilight zone. We live in the twilight zone, and every day I'm like, what the heck is going on? What the heck is going on? Every day it's like something like, I feel like we're, there's just so many psychopaths everywhere in places of government and all these weird Karens and TikTok, and people just lost their friggin' minds all over the place. It's just mental. So yeah, it's just weird. And I think John's here now, so I'm going to. Oh wait, never mind. He disappeared. He's probably having connection issues. But yeah, so let me say hello to you guys in the chat. We have. Oh, here he is again. Oh no, it says device not connected. I don't know what to do. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Hi, John. Are you there?
Hey, what's up, Nia?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. So yeah, I was just saying hi to the chat. Oh no, there he goes. He disconnected again. I don't know why he keeps disconnecting. Hi.
It's my camera. Something's up with my camera. Every time I try to turn it on, it keeps on kicking me out. So
that's weird. Do you want to restart your computer and come back?
Yeah, I'll just bounce out and I'll be back real quick.
Okay.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Nina, apologize for this.
Don't worry. No,
right,
it's
we'll
okay. Yeah.
All
right. So he's gonna restart, and then we're gonna get into it. But yeah, it'll just give me a second to talk to you guys. It's all good. We got Zen Master Me say, "Sup, beaches." Well, what's up to you? What's going on? Michael Quaid's here. Franco Blondie, hey, it's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've seen you, man. Good to see you. We got somebody named No Enemies here. No Enemies. I like that. Looking forward to another amazing stream. You guys rock. Well, so do you. And you're a cool name. Lord Rothschild is here. Wow. I am the Lord Rothschild. Wow. That's ominous. That's ominous. Okay. Mr. Dragon is here. Hello, Mr. Dragon. Mega Mac is here. Thank you for your membership. Good to see you. We've got E. Clay in the house. Hello, E. Clay. Always good to see you. Thank you for your membership. We have Charlie Stevenson here and Midnight Mike. Hello. We got Franklin Williams here. Hello to you. Sticks Rob Star. I got this, right? Hello. Good to see you. We got Captain Deckard Spock eating popcorn and getting ready for the show. This is going to be amazing. Mega Max says, Nina, where does No Time to Die rank in the 5 Daniel Craig Bond movies? Above Spectre. Probably, I don't know. I like Casino Royale. I like Skyfall. Quantum of Solace was I don't know, probably 4th, I would say 4th. It's tied with Quantum of Solace for me. I don't know. It was shit. It was okay for like a spy movie, but let's be honest. Here's the thing. I think that it was good. If it's good for like here and now, like 2021 Bond, like it's good because it wasn't like woke as everyone imagined. But if you're thinking like Bond, like previous Bonds, if you're gonna compare to previous Bonds, then it's just it's a shit movie. It really is. It's a shit movie. It's just everyone's standards is so low nowadays, including mine. John's back. Hi, John.
Hey, Nina. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Looks like.
So were you saying Bond was a shit movie?
I'm saying for like in the past, like if it was like 2012, if it was like 2016 and before, people would be like, this is a fucking awful Bond movie. Like, this is shit. But then, like today, 2021, people are like, "Oh yeah, it was good because he didn't get cucked too much, so it's
That's
okay." Like,
yeah, that's where our standards are at right now, and that's kind of a shame in itself. I remember I did a review for Ghostbusters, the new Ghostbusters trailer, and
Mhm.
it wasn't very well received. But basically, I was like, I want more than just not woke in a movie. Like that doesn't make a movie good. Just because
Mhm.
it's not woke, it's like whoop-de freaking do. Like, sure.
That's how I am, John. Like immediately I was like, "Oh, Lashana Lynch didn't take out her tampon in the movie. So, yay, like makes it a good movie now."
Like, are they
Like,
trying to lower our expectations to such a point where it's like
we'll just
the
take
the right
anything.
side of the audience is going to be like, well, at least it wasn't woke,
Exactly. Exactly. That's how I am. That's how I am now. I'm like, well, at least like, he didn't get too cucked, even though he kind of did, but not really. I don't know. I can't even do it with entertainment anymore. Same thing with like, like we had this debate about like Kong versus Godzilla because you were like Kong versus Godzilla is shit, like it's like a shit movie, and I was like, well, it wasn't woke, and I was like,
Sure.
it was okay. Like same with like Mortal Kombat,
Well,
it
then
was
I saw
shit
Mortal Kombat and I'm like, God, like Kong versus Godzilla isn't that bad compared to Mortal
compared, yeah,
Kombat,
in comparison.
Yeah.
It's just it's like Trump said, like everything woke turns
It's
to
the
shit.
shit.
Like that's
And
exactly
sometimes
what's
if it's
going on.
not woke, it's still I watched Peter Jackson's Kong, his King Kong movie. I think it was from 2005.
Mhm.
And for me, it's like that movie is like head and shoulders above anything that they put out with this new Godzilla Kong verse.
Yeah.
But
But see, that was what? Like before,
2005.
yeah, see, before 2012, before
Well, I don't
2016.
even think it has anything to do with like people being, it doesn't have anything to do with like wokeness per se. I just think it has to do with the fact that Hollywood is so creatively bankrupt.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's what I was
They
trying to
are.
blurt out.
Agree. I knew you were gonna say that. I didn't wanna, like, jump in and
No, that's why I was like,
give you your words. I was
thank
like,
you.
I knew he was gonna say
He was
I
having
know
a
you're
he
gonna
was
get
having a
there.
Biden moment, folks.
Yeah. Oh my god, totally. Did you see that today, by the way? I think I sent it to you with the trains and Grandpappy.
Oh yeah, no, I did a video on that yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, that was
So
good. That was good. Did you
thanks.
see like Dave Rubin did a video where he like read out what he said? He's like, I
Manuscript.
need yeah, he's like, I needed to just like hear it to see if there's like maybe he said it too fast or something. I'll play it because it was good. It was
Okay.
funny. Franklin Williams, thank you so much for the 4.99. Says the Hell's Angels up in here. Oh,
What's
okay.
up? Hey, what's up,
Okay.
Steve? Good to see you,
What's
man.
going on?
What's up,
Oh,
John?
hey, Steve. What's going on?
Demogeny.
And Teresa is here and she sends us a rose. Hi, Demogeny.
Hey, Teresa.
Demogeny
Demogeny.
is in New York right now, I think, for the Dark Council meetup. That's
Sweet.
happening this week. So everybody
Well, I know
keep
he's
an
in New
eye out.
York. He lives in New York, right?
He lives in the other island. I think he
Oh,
lives
okay,
in,
Jersey.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So he said he's going to New York to his mom's though for pancakes.
Nice.
And everyone, Mark with a C was like, we're all going to your mom's for pancakes. Like, like it's not just you. John Burns is here. Hello, John Burns. Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a minute, so glad to see you. But yeah, so like there was another entertainment thing that I watched that I thought was really good. The new Chappelle special. Did you by any chance see that?
No, I saw a clip from it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I was a little afraid because I was like, oh God, is Chappelle gonna be the next one that's gonna go woke and weird? And
Did he have anything to say about COVID though?
he did. Actually, he started his show with a vaccine joke. Like it was like he just went right in there. Like I was like, oh shit, here
I'm
we
like,
go.
because for me, his last special, at least for me, it just wasn't anything special. But
Mhm.
I'm like, if he doesn't take any shots at some of the bull that is happening now, like I'm just gonna
He
lose
didn't take
respect.
okay, here's the thing. He didn't take shots. He was smart about it because obviously you're still working in that industry.
Look,
So I can't say
no,
he took shots
I'm
because he
okay.
didn't.
I don't. You know what? whatever.
He wasn't that brave.
You know, I don't.
But he made fun
I have
of
a higher standard for Chappelle. I expect him to do that.
No, he didn't.
I'm expecting Bill Burr to do that and to speak out on this stuff.
No,
so the fact that he didn't,
I watched it for that too. I was like, what's he gonna say? Let's see.
Chappelle, if you're watching, if you're listening, weak shit.
Imagine if he's watching our show. Yeah, right.
If this gets to him, weak ass shit. The amount of comedy that is there with the clown show, the shit show. And if you did not take advantage of that, shame on you.
He did make fun of some things. It was,
and I like Chappelle. I like him, but I'm just saying.
It was very, what's the word? It wasn't overt. It wasn't overt. Like he underhandedly made fun of it, which is
okay. Well, I'll watch the special, and I just expect him to talk about things that a lot of people, quite frankly, can't, or they're going to get canceled. You know,
yeah.
He kind of has that. He has that immunity.
But he did again for the LGBTQ,
yeah, I saw
especially
that
the trans thing.
I just feel like right now,
like
the obvious issue at hand, the obvious insanity. You know, it's like we've got to talk about this. Like this is whether it's in comedy, whether it's in anything. Like literally, our freedoms are being stripped from us.
Yeah, that's true. But he went literally, because it's like an hour special, he spent maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 tops on the COVID thing or like vaccine thing or whatever. And it wasn't that like
weak,
groundbreaking or anything. That's why it's not all over the news.
At least a quarter of the show. Like if you are that guy that's supposed to be creating waves and really, you know, rocking the boat, how do you not talk? And that's why nobody's talking about your fucking thing.
Exactly. That's why no one's talking about it all, like other than like the LGBTQ, especially the trans. Ooh,
you already pissed off those people.
Yeah, he did it again.
What you should have been doing is pissing off another group of people. Okay, that need to get, you know, we need to bring some attention and some light to this, bro. Because eventually it's going to be hitting you too, even you Hollywood types.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that tonight because apparently there's a war going on in Hollywood. There's a war. Quote from the Hollywood Reporter: they said there's a vaccine war going on in Hollywood. John Burns for $2 says, actually, I'm going to call this a toonie from now on because that's a Canadian $2. John Burns for a toonie says, I like about the pandemic is what I like about the pandemic is the fighting NFL fans. Let's go, Brandon. I like your shirt, by the way. Can you drop a link to that? I forgot to put the link in the thing.
Yeah, no worries.
Also send it to me and then I can put it in the description later. And then John Burns for another $5 says, Dave Chappelle in 2016, my friends were like, we're going to head out now. That Trump one coming. Nah, I'm going to see how this works out. Might be good.
Did he make any cracks on Biden at least?
No.
Oh my!
He made fun of Pence.
How the heck you've got Joe Biden in office?
Not a word.
How in the world?
Word about Biden.
How in the world? I mean, again, it's just obvious material. It's like right out there, and you don't do anything with it.
He made fun of Pence being secretly gay.
Okay, like that's yesterday's news, Chappelle. Like what the? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying Pence being gay, but I mean Pence has been out of the picture. You know,
so. I know nobody cares about Pence anymore.
Yeah, I mean it's like old news, bro.
Yeah.
Are you even? Whatever. Chappelle's gonna die of irrelevance. I hate to say it again. I like him, but the fact that he didn't talk about this, the fact that you didn't have the balls to take a stance after some of the shit I've seen you do. Weak ass shit.
Well, that's the other interesting part too, because he brought up a couple times that he like, because you know how he likes to kind of like toot his own horn and be like, I didn't take the money and I like walked away and blah blah blah,
Right.
right? And I'm like, bro, you're standing here on a
Mm,
stage talking about like what how much millions of dollars are you getting from Netflix to like talk about this or like do this special and
yeah.
stuff, and now you have all this stuff going on with Netflix. I'm sure they're paying you, so you're not like. And he brought up the fact that like he's rich and black like several times, and I was like, it just felt so
Okay.
weird. Like I was like, all right, like his whole thing was just basically like old school Chappelle, like going at white people basically like the entire time. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I felt like his last special was, and it was like, okay, it just wasn't really that funny. Like it seemed more preachy in some ways.
Again, see, that's the like that's how I felt with Chappelle, what we were talking about right now, like with like Bond being woke and stuff. So I felt like, oh, he didn't completely sell out. So I was like, well, I had some laughs, I guess. It was good. Like, you know what I'm
No.
saying? But it wasn't like groundbreaking Chappelle where you're like,
Right.
yeah, motherfucker, like this, that, yeah, that's what's going on. Like, fight the man. Cause that's what like Chappelle stuff used to be, was fighting the man and like, you know,
That's what I'm
speaking up.
expecting from
Yeah,
him.
like speaking up for
His
your
whole show
rights.
could have been about COVID.
Yeah, the entire show could have been about COVID, and it should have been, but he didn't. Uh, he definitely didn't do that. Steeg says can't make cracks on Biden. His crack is full of Kamala. No room. Okay. Wow.
Oh, that's just a
That's gross.
horrible
That-
picture, as
that's
Travis
terrible.
would say. Yeah.
John Burns for Tooney says Biden. He be white. I don't want to piss him off.
Well, it's because he, again, if you're going to be that comedian and he took shots at Trump, understandably, you're a comedian. I get that. Like, I'm not, but nobody should be absolved. And there's plenty of comedic material when it comes to Biden. So,
Oh my God, it's all like, dude, okay, here, let's start. You know what? We'll start the show off with some comedy from Dave Rubin, because that was funny. What he did, like, this is the kind of shit that like Dave Chappelle should have done tonight, or like in his special, was like just even something like this, where
just
it's like
something. I'm
really
not
funny.
expecting the whole show, but just, again, it's freaking Joe Biden. I mean, gosh. I don't
There's
know,
so much material there. It's like he's giving you the material. Why? Why didn't you
every
take it?
day, every single day.
By the way, you guys, this is the Let's Go Brandon t-shirts. So definitely check those out.
Yeah, let's cheer on Brandon. Because
Yeah.
that's what it's really all about.
Let's go, Brandon. Okay. So here's Dave Rubin being a better comedian than Dave Chappelle. Here we go.
I wrote down what Joe Biden said. I'm going to read it because maybe we're losing something through the way Joe Biden said it. Maybe he was just saying it a little too fast or something. So I thought I'd say it to you, and you tell me if this makes sense.
Hey, what's up,
Parenthetically, when you build a jargy stations like back in the day when my grandpop worked for the Merrill Cologne back in the turn of the 19 in that area, they haji in that area, they went to state, convincing people that a lot of them put 20,000 gallons of gasoline underground. They didn't want them around.
The fuck?
You know what he's.
I feel like there's a rapper that has used that. Doesn't that sound like something like that's Nicki Minaj? Couldn't you see her doing the rap?
He's so
Is that
white.
what they do? They spin a little diddly. I wrote down what Joe Biden.
Is that what they do? They do the rap. He's so white. Like, that's the whitest thing I've ever heard in my in my entire life.
Spin a little diddly. But it was pretty funny to read.
It was good. It was good.
What, he actually tried to transcribe it. I don't think I have that much patience.
That's hilarious. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's just so much comedy there. And then Dave Chappelle's like, nah.
I mean, there's something there, for him to not even touch Biden at all. It's like,
no, he went. Okay, so he went at the feminists, which I enjoyed. I liked, because I can't stand feminists. So he went at the feminists. He went at the teas. He talked about glory holes and gays, which was funny. His segment on gay people was great. But like, other than that, like, I don't know.
I just feel
like I said, it was just not groundbreaking.
It's like you've already pissed off the alphabet community. You've done that. If you are going to be that guy, like, you're going to have to continue to be controversial. And I feel like this just isn't treading any new ground for you. The new controversial stance would be to actually like take a stance on this and to, you know, talk about it. I mean, obviously
he started it and I was like, okay, here we go. Like, I was like, okay, he's gonna say stuff. And then he like literally was like, nah.
That's what happens. These guys get big and they play. Even Chappelle I mean, I felt like not the last special, but the special before. It's like, I think he's probably getting in that territory where he's still playing it safe, because it's one thing to piss off.
Playing it safe.
It's one thing to piss off like 3% of the population. It's another thing to like actually piss off maybe like potentially near half or something, right? Or people that are gotten vaccinated or pro this and that. So,
well, even Jay Leno came out the other night and was like, we all need to, you know, not like, we have to like cater to the woke, basically, like cater our comedy to the woke. I don't know exactly what he said, like word for word, but that's
it's a little
like
it's kind of late
Jay
on
Leno's
that,
always
bro.
been
like,
a fucking sellout, though. So
yeah, I mean, a little late on this. You know, it's
Yeah.
like how many years? Like you should have been out there up front, like hitting this. And that's the problem right now that we're facing is that we're not hitting this right up front. Like if people had an issue with masks, and again, I mean, not that I think masks were the issue, but people complied with masks, which made them more susceptible to complying to the you know, because they were
the mandates for everyone else.
It's like if we were just hitting this shit up front, saying no, you're not going to lock us down. You know.
Yep.
If more people just were speaking out and took but instead everybody they just took it.
Yeah, we all did. We all did. And now here we are. John Burns, thank you for the toonie. He says, Dave's bragging about being rich. I don't blame him. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's just not like it wasn't for me, it didn't land too great because I was like, okay, yeah, haha, you're rich. Okay.
Well, it's kind of like if you want to come off like, hey, I'm one of you guys, but then it's like politicians when they try to play I'm the everyday Joe, just like you. I understand where you're coming from, but well, no, you're not. So I'm not saying that he's trying to do that, but
you got to watch it though, and then you can have like a better.
I saw his whole thing on why he wound up leaving, and you know he was getting absurd money from Comedy Central, and yeah, I mean, I just was like, well, it sounded to me like he was trying to kind of dish it off or like, and it's just like, well, just own it, you know, like you made the decision to leave. If that's what you did, whether you were running, I don't know. There's a couple different narratives on that, so I'm not sure if he changed
even
it
if
later
he
on.
did, that's the thing. Like, even if he did, it's like that was 20 years ago, bro. You now have sold out to Netflix. Like, you got a shit ton of money to do this. So
sure, yeah.
Like,
if you're trying to play the righteous, you know, like, well, I'm not in it for the money.
Exactly. Like,
meanwhile,
and clearly, but he's not though, because he talks about how he's rich and he's black like all the time. So it's not like he's saying like, once upon a time in my glory days, I said no to money. And it's like, okay, well, but now you're not saying no to money. So I don't know. Yeah. It's just weird. It's just weird.
I'll have to watch it before
you do.
Anything
you
else.
do.
But.
John Burns for 2. Thank you so much for the toonie. Says, let's go. I forgot my mask. Masks. No, I hate this. I hate all of it. Leonard S., thank you for the $10. Says, Joey is a comedic goldmine, but they left comics, but the lefty comics are afraid to touch it. That's true. That's true. They are afraid. They're all afraid. This is like I mean, he is like, it's weird because I don't think there's ever been a time in like history that I've never seen like comedians make fun of the president when there's this much material. Like they made fun of Bush, you know, they made fun of even Obama. They made fun of like the way he talked and stuff like that, like his demeanors and stuff like that. It's like, but they don't make fun of Biden at all, like at all. And neither, like, same with Kamala. Like, they don't make fun of her. They don't make fun of him. It's just like, no, like, you're staying clear of this, which is kind of weird, but I guess it's just the way our world is. John, nice beard, man, says the Bay State Collective.
Thank you, Bay State. Appreciate that.
There you go.
Making effort.
Sean Burns for the Toonies says Dave's not dumb. People know he's rich. Own it. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with being rich.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Genzu 1985 says, I don't get it. So he left show because he didn't want to sell out, then goes to Netflix. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't like, even if like, that's like, okay, so you went to Netflix or whatever, but stop bringing up the fact that you chose not to sell out years ago. Like, that's the only thing that I kind of like have a problem with, because I'm like,
yeah, sometimes I
like, it's like, okay.
Yeah, sometimes he does feel a little bit self-indulgent.
Just a little
in
bit.
some respects, yeah. And that can be.
But then he goes hard at feminists, and I laughed, and I was like, okay,
that's the thing. I mean, that's why that's kind of why you give him, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think it's a big deal to be like, you just want to be careful not to toot your horn too much, right?
Agree. The Droid Army sends us a 5, but doesn't say anything. Is this a blank message? I don't know what's going on with that, but I don't know.
Toot your own horn.
Thank you so much for the just the $5. Thank you.
Awesome.
And Aiken sends us a super sticker. What is it? It's a doggy farting hearts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Looks like the Dogecoin.
It is the Dogecoin doggy.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. We have some stuff to talk about. By the way, let's start off with this. Did you check out the new Project Veritas thing?
The latest one today? No, I didn't.
You're gonna hate it because you're religious.
Wait, why?
Because they're talking about how there's aborted fetuses in the vaccine.
Well, I think I already.
You already know that,
was,
though.
Yeah, that was something I already knew.
It's just basically like that. There's a legit Pfizer whistleblower that came out and said that now. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's not. I guess that's not like really shocking.
It's not really shocking for.
I mean, I thought that was actually common knowledge.
Apparently, it isn't. Apparently, it's.
I forgot which vaccine it was in. But yeah,
it's been in all of them. I think I don't know. It's been in a lot of them in the last.
Well, I thought it was
the
only
recent ones, like the MMR and the what's it called, Hep B. I think it's like I know the MMR one has it. But,
okay.
Jane Theory, hi.
Hey,
hi,
what's up, Jane? Long time no see.
A $5 super sticker. What is it? It's a little fighting doggy, little Doge fighting doggy. I love you, Jane. Jane and I do a show together on Sundays. This week, we're going to be talking about the latest episode of What If, which is also the season finale. So definitely come and check us out on Sunday on this channel. There is what? Yeah, there's fetus stuff, aborted fetus stuff in the vaccine, apparently. Mama Susan, that's what Project Veritas said. I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling you what I heard. I'm not saying don't get it or get it, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. Rat Boy says, I love John's videos, but do you miss him actually talking? Well, that's why he's here. Yeah, that stuff.
I was actually going to do a live stream on my second channel, and I couldn't figure out how to get it set up with Streamlabs or StreamYard. It was such a pain.
Why? Because it's like you have to have a new email, right?
I guess. I don't know, but it's all like I have a few different accounts and they're all under the same email, which I think makes it tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know how to. I might have to use a whole different streaming thing if I want to stream on there.
You're gonna have to figure it out. I'll help you after if you want.
Okay.
Jane, go watch it. And then you'll find out. I can't play it on here, guys. I would, but we all know how much Mama Susan loves Project Veritas, so I can't play it on here. But yeah, it's creepy. I hate it. John Burns, thank you for the 5. Says Johnny Carson had a great joke. So McDonald's has 1 billion served. That's what? 2, 3 head of a cattle. Another joke, another lawsuit. Right, Ed? Wait, what? Okay, I didn't get this. Johnny Carson, a great joke. So McDonald's has 1 billion
Billion
served.
served.
That's what? 2, 3 head of a cat. Oh God. Jeez. Thank you, John Burns. London Fog 66 or 5 says, my job emailed me today asking if I'm jabbed. Well, looks like I'm putting my 2 weeks notice. Good for you, man. Good for you for standing up this bullshit. That's all I have to say to that. I mean, I understand if people can't do that, but if I was in a position to, I would tell them to all fucking shove it. Thank you so much for the $5. Droid Army says, did John ever watch Die Hard?
I did. Yeah. I'll get solid 3 out of 4 for sure. But yeah, London Fog, I'm sorry to hear that. That is unfortunate.
Yes, it was stem cells. I'm sorry, Jen. I'm sorry, John.
No, you're fine. Yeah, hopefully you're able to do something else. But yeah, this is insane. This is getting ridiculous.
Well, here's something kind of related to that. Other people are resigning too. You're not the only one. Ontario doctor resigns over forced vaccines, says 80% of her ER patients with mysterious issues had both shots. Again, I'm just reading the news, Mama Susan. I'm not saying anything. So this lady, Dr. Roshigan Killian, asked the hospital system CEO some tough questions about unethical behavior, and he deferred to the government. She resigned as emergency room and family practice physician due to her concerns that the Ontario health system and Grey Bruce Health Services crossed ethical lines throughout the pandemic. In a virtual meeting that included the GBHS CEO, Gary Sims, and other staff members, Dr. Killian asked Sims for a series of questions about what she believes is unethical behavior on behalf of the Ontario health system at all levels. Sims appeared to be unprepared for difficult questions pertaining to the ongoing rollout of vaccinations mandates and vaccine segregation restrictions the Ontario health system is championing. Killian estimated that 80% of the patients she saw in the ER during the past month who had inexplicable symptoms were double vaxxed. Dr. Killian relocated to Owen Sound, a small city in Grey County, Ontario, from South Africa after previously working in British Columbia. When she settled in Owen Sound with her family, she expressed to a local paper how happy she was to live there. Recruitment to Owen Sound might have been my chance, but our choice to settle here was definitely not. Our 4-month in Owen Sound have been blessed, a little town with lots of soul, surrounded by beautiful landscapes filled with welcoming residents and businesses and exciting festivals, programs, and activities. We feel truly fortunate to have raised a family here. So that's good that she's relocated and she has fun with that. So the first issue that Dr. Killian brought up during the meeting was informed consent regarding the COVID jab and what she considered to be a coercive mentality of pressuring people to accept medications that she pointed out are still in clinical trials. And GBHS administrator did not answer her questions directly, but instead passed the buck to the provincial government and stated they do not have oversight or input regarding consent mechanisms presented to patients. What the fuck? That's kind of weird. Killian added that having more input into what patients are consenting to is something that GBHS should consider, especially in light of enhancing the government recommended vaccination mandates with their own staff, referring to informed consent and mandating experimental vaccines that have linked to thousands of deaths and injuries. Sims explained that because of the pandemic, certain procedural normalities will not take place. In a pandemic, some of the pieces that you think would be there, mechanisms of informed consent from the government, when you have lost lots of time to review stuff in a pandemic. They're going to pass mandates, and they're going to pass laws, and they're going to pass directives as needed to manage the pandemic, he said. And some of these things will feel like they're infringing or taking shortcuts. They're doing that directly to save lives. That is not true. This is all bullshit to me. This excuse that they're just like doing this thing to save lives is like, I can't anymore. I can't deal with it, because it's like, bro, the virus has a 99.9% survival rate. So like, why? What are we doing? What are we doing anymore? I don't even get it.
Yeah. It's not about your freedom. It's not.
I don't know.
Or I should say it's not. It is about your freedom. It's not about your safety. It's not about your health. You know,
No.
it's obviously at this point, for anybody that has eyes to see, it is about control.
Mhm.
It's plain and simple. Because this vaccine, you weren't supposed to be able to get, the virus. You weren't supposed to be able to spread it. And lo and behold, you can do both, even if you are vaccinated. I have a friend who's vaccinated, and I don't think this is alleviating their fears.
Yeah, definitely not. For a lot of people.
Yeah, but the
I know people who are vaccinated too, and they're like, what the fuck? At all the information coming out, they get very concerned.
Yeah, and perhaps, is this intentional? Do they just want to keep you in a constant state of like,
I think it is
instability and imbalance, where it's like they're just constantly just keeping you.
Yeah, because that's how it works. Like fear, and that's how, like, totalitarianism takes shape, is when you're on the edge of your seat all the time and you don't know what's going on. It's a very it's a tactic they use. It's crazy. Leonard S., thank you so much for the $10. Very generous of you. Progressive Dems followed senator into a restroom and harassed her. I saw that.
Yeah, I saw
I've never heard of such a political protest in a restroom. If conservatives pulled this stunt, the media would no, I think you meant go berserk. Yeah. I saw that. That was really fucked up.
She also got confronted on a plane too.
Yeah, she did. I saw that clip. Like, I was like, I can't believe it. And it was like, I think it was the same lady that was following her around in another mall. I was like, isn't that called like stalking? Like, you can't go around doing this to public figures. That's messed up.
Yeah.
And then I remember,
but it's part of the process, like Joe said,
Yeah, because I watched your video actually on it where Joe was talking about it. And then Joe was like, well, yeah, like it happens to everybody. It's part of the process. And I was like, bro, like, oh, like, he's like, because he was like, oh, unless you have Secret Service with you. And I was like, remember that time that like Rand Paul got totally attacked, even though he had like Secret Service with him, and like
that's a good
Secret
point,
Service
too.
had to like legit like push people back because there was like a fucking mob of like angry BLM people like trying to kill him.
Yeah, I guess they're less likely to. I would say they're probably less likely to try it with secret, but even still, I mean, it doesn't stop people.
Even still, it didn't stop them at all, and like they were there, and they were like, it was pretty crazy. That's also true. I think that this is very true, because especially the COOF ones, that's not what's going on.
Symptom mitigator.
Yeah, suppressor or whatever. Yeah. John Burns, thank you so much for the 2, says the toonie, I should say. 71.498 of the Canadian population has 2 jabs. You know what else I saw today, John, that I just like, it made me go nuts. I was like, I'm going insane seeing stuff like this. It actually fucking makes me angry, like to a really crazy point. So the CTV said, this just in, British Columbia has added 752 more COVID case infections, COVID-19 infections to its total, as well as 9 deaths, according to the BC Centre of Disease Control coronavirus dashboard. And I said 5.17 million people live in BC, 9 deaths. And that like, so the understanding like that they're doing like all these vaccine mandates, people can't go to restaurants, people can't go to like, anywhere. The government's already putting like conditions for people to gather for Thanksgiving because our Thanksgiving is earlier, it's in October. So they're already putting conditions saying that like if you're vaccinated you can gather, but like only like 10 people at a time if you're vaccinated, and if you're not, they're saying you can't gather. And I'm like, how are they fucking planning on enforcing this shit? And this is that was, mind you, that was the government of Alberta saying this, but still, I mean,
This is insane. I
it's
was
just
watching
so
a
fucking
video.
crazy.
New Zealand, they had like 2 cases and they went to a level 3 lockdown or whatever. 2 cases.
And this is why they're like coming out with news like this, because they want to say like, oh, we have like this many cases and this many deaths, so we're going to shut down.
How many people died besides, like, let's look at deaths besides COVID. Like within this period of time. I wonder how many people died.
I would really like to know
we're
that.
just zeroing in like, oh my gosh, 9 people. And I'm curious to know, did they die of COVID or with COVID? Because that's really some sketchy. Those contributed to, I mean, I think the percentage, your mortality rate is actually a lot even higher than they originally presented. Because, shoot, if people got in a car accident, it's like, well, they had COVID death. It's like,
cases
bullshit.
versus deaths.
This is this is ridiculous. This is intentional. And if people at this point, like I am where I'm at, it's like I see where this is going. I know exactly, I've got a good idea of where this is going, exactly in the sense of nowhere good. I know exactly that much, but this is it's like the slow boil. It's like the frog in the water, and everybody, just like even Nazi Germany, it's just like everybody just keeps on going along with it, just thinking like,
just go along, Jerry, go along. Remember that episode of Seinfeld?
But that's kind of like where it's at. Everybody's like, well, if we just keep on doing what they tell us, eventually we'll get back to. It's like, no, wake the fuck up. It's people are not going to let you get back to normal. No. They literally have a fucking carrot on a stick.
Speaking of Nazi Germany, so Germany is putting out yellow badges to identify the vaccinated. I have been vaccinated, in the center of the image of a syringe is a signal, a signal red. Yes, they've really done this. COVID-19. They are doing this in Germany, of all places. They're marking people who have been vaccinated, which is very fucking unfortunate considering their history. I just don't even know what to say stuff like this. When I see stuff like this, I'm just kind of like, this is why
is there any self-awareness?
I started the show, John, when you weren't here, saying like, I feel like we live in a fucking Twilight Zone, and it's like, yeah, it's Halloween, but I feel like we live in a world where like monsters have taken over. It's fucking Twilight Zone. Like, I don't know what's going on, and we're just letting it happen. And then you see shit like this and you're like, is this for real? Like, I can't believe that Germany would let this go on. Like that's insane.
Yeah.
Brown coats engaged for reals.
Yeah. Hrothgar, the Dane, says, yeah, the Star of David was yellow. Yeah, it's like, wow.
History is repeating itself for sure. John Burns, thank you so much for the 2, says, the deficit numbers under Trudeau, right? I don't know them on the top of my head, but I imagine it's nothing good. I don't know them off the top of my head. But going on the same line, so this is the main topic for tonight. I'm going to bring this up because there's been a lot of talks about, especially that one girl from Black Panther. God, I forget her name right now, and how she's like anti-vax. So this is an article I came across by the Hollywood Reporter saying Hollywood battle lines emerged in simmering vaccine war. Without mandates to get the shot, some film and TV sets have been thrown into chaos as the A-list holdouts have caused work stoppage, while others say it's not my
Good.
place to police anyone. So the article starts in August. A high-profile actor was on the set of a film when he came down with COVID-19 and was hospitalized. The star, known to the cast and crew as being dismissive of vaccines and masks, was said to be unvaccinated. The film shut down for 3 weeks, but not before more than a dozen crew members got sick, sources say. Ultimately, the stoppage resulted in a 7-figure hit for the production company. The Hollywood Reporter is withholding the actor's name. Aw, gee, thanks. Because he didn't flout any specific protocol on the project. The actor's rep declined to comment. Though Hollywood might appear unified when it comes to embracing such COVID-19 preventative measures as vaccines, the reality is more divided, mirroring the broader American population, where 44% are not fully vaccinated, according to the CDC. In the film and TV industry, there are no universal vaccine mandates in place, allowing for individuals, producers to determine whether those in Zone A, typically the project's main actors, who cannot wear a mask because of storylines, as well as the key crew members, require proof of vaccination. That wiggle room has resulted in a number of productions descending into chaos, as was the case in the Paramount's The Offer, which shut down production in late July due to a Zone A COVID-19 positive. They call them Zone A's now. That's funny. Okay. That positive person was publicly identified as a series star who was said to be unvaccinated. Sources tell THR that the stoppage resulted in a $6 million loss for the limited series about the making of The Godfather. The Paramount Plus rep counters that the figure was below $6 million. George Clooney, he has had some comments to make. Calls it a crazy situation that some of his brethren are eschewing
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Please correct me when I read like shit. COVID-19 vaccine. It's stupid. And it's stupid because every generation in our country for more than a lifetime has been asked to sacrifice something for the safety of their fellow man, get shot, fight Nazis. Except in this case, the Nazis are.
Yeah, it's that's a very very interesting parallel, bro.
Very interesting.
When I think of
analogy.
George Clooney, though, you know, and he says it's stupid, like some of the stances I've seen him take, it's like, I beg to differ. I think you're stupid.
Yeah, I know, right?
All that anyone's being asked here is to get a shot in the arm and put on a mask. Grow up, get something done. Well, this shot came out, Operation Warp Speed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's been out for about maybe almost a year now.
Maybe.
But yeah, just, you know, there might be stuff in there that you're not even aware of, but just do it. Like, don't actually think for yourself. Don't think about what you want to put in your body. Don't even think about your own personal rights or freedoms. No, that's stupid. Just fucking be a sheep. Be a sheep. Get your shot. That's what I hear.
Rudy makes a good point here. So he just compared the shot as a sacrifice equivalent to someone sent to war. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He did. I mean, the balls to even do something like that, right? I mean, that's fucking crazy. I mean, unless he really thinks that the vaccine's like getting, you know,
we're fighting the Nazi virus.
Like shot. Like it's gonna kill you. I don't know.
It's not even close, man.
It's
like
not.
This is, again, we've been through this 1,000 times. You look at the mortality percentage. You look at, you know, trying to even compare that. This whole thing is bullshit. I'm so tired of it.
It's so bullshit, John, and it gets worse. Just wait. So from studio blackouts to agency conference room, the vaccine debate is dividing Hollywood just as the Delta variant keeps up its destructive path. I don't know why, but a little part of me kind of is happy about that. Like where it's like there is like somewhat of like there's somewhat of a like normalcy there too, like meaning like they're not all crazy fucking weirdos. Like they
Sure.
do see that there's something going on and then there's something wrong with all of this, and that they're not all clones of each other, and like that they're
Yeah.
disagreeing about how things are being done. And like that kind of makes me a little bit hopeful. I'm like, okay, well, at least they're not all fucking weirdos. A lot of them are, like George Clooney, but some of them are not. And this article is going to talk about them in a very negative light, of course, because it's the Hollywood Reporter. That's what the MSM does. So from studio blackouts to agents and conference rooms, the vaccine debate is dividing Hollywood just as the Delta variant keeps up its destructive path. While vaccine skeptics are far less likely to voice their opinions publicly, that's exactly why Dave Chappelle probably didn't say anything. Plenty of industry holdouts remain. A number of performers from Rob Schneider, who I have extreme respect for. If you guys like are on Twitter, definitely follow Rob Schneider's Twitter. He is a freaking beast on there.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's good. Now shooting Netflix's Home Team. To Letitia Wright, filming Marvel's Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, have shared anti-vaccine positions. Again, usually they're not anti-vaccine positions. They're just skeptical about what's going on and questioning things. Usually that's what's going on.
They just want to have a choice on whether or not they
mandates.
Get it. Yeah,
Yes.
They just want the freedom of choice in this situation. Hey, if this thing was killing 1 out of 3 people or 1 out of 10 people, okay, I get extreme measures to be taken here.
I don't. I'm still against that too.
I still am too. I very much would still be against that, but I guess it's a little bit more understandable. But when you look at the percentage rate that we're looking at here, it's
ridiculous.
Buffoonery. We're better off with, most people are better off just getting this thing, getting their natural immunity and moving on with life. That's where we should be. That's what we should be doing.
Apparently natural immunity doesn't exist, or it's very taboo to talk about. It's
only
extremely taboo.
Up to 27 times more effective.
Yeah. Yeah, or so they say.
They don't talk about that either.
Yeah, nobody talks about that. So this article goes on to say, in Wright's case, a set source says she has espoused similar views about the COVID-19 vaccine on Atlanta production. The British actress quietly parted ways with her entire U.S. team of representation in the wake of the backlash for over opposing controversial anti-vaccine video in December. Good for her.
Yeah.
Tell them all to fuck right off.
Anytime I see these NBA players speaking up, anytime I see any of these actors or actresses, like I am 100%, I'm going to retweet it. I'm going to, good for them. I'm just, especially people in that position where they do feel like they have, like a lot of these people do care. Like they care what people think. They are literally, a lot of them don't have any backbone. Like they will fluctuate. They will do whatever they feel like the popular opinion is. They want to remain popular. And
I agree.
So when somebody does actually speak out and go against the grain, that to me, like even these NBA stars like Bradley Beal or the gentleman, I think it was from Golden State. I can't remember who, but I mean, there's quite a few in the NBA.
Andrew Wiggins came out and said stuff too, but he said he took the vax because he got pressured into it. Actually, I have an article about that too. He got pressured into it, and they made him do it. And he was really upset about it because they basically denied his religious exemption. And they made him do it. So he was very upset about it.
This is like people trying to compare this to like, well, it's, everybody wears seatbelts. It's like, come on, this ain't even the same thing, man. We're talking about
seatbelts actually save lives. Just saying.
Well, did you see that actor? No, he wasn't an actor. I think he was was he a composer for Bridgerton? He was double vaxxed and he wound up dying.
What?
So, yeah, here, I'll find it, but
I didn't hear about this.
I'll find it. You can.
Okay. John Burns, thank you so much for the $5. Says the lowest level is black. Then there's cream. then double, and finally the highest level, and the double is the double. That's the highest threat level in Canada. I totally get all of that. I'm sure some people might not, but I get that because it's a Tim Hortons reference, but also COVID-19 stuff. That's good. That's good, John Burns. Let me see here. Jane says the problem is both sides are convinced they're right and that the other side's insane. That's true.
Yeah, I was watching or I saw this video. It was Sky News, and so like people in Australia think the U.S. it's like, oh my gosh, 700,000 people have died. Then again, though, you look at our population of like 370 million, but they see the world is on fire over here. And then meanwhile, we look at Australia, and granted, I'm sure a lot of people within Australia are they're seeing what's going on too. But it is an interesting thing how, people do, and I understand that, like, how people can get in echo chambers and they become more and more resolved in their perspective and point of view. I would say that probably certainly, I mean, I'm there. Like I am fully 100% convinced though that, the position that I am taking on this is just like the other people on the other side. But I do feel like, I don't know, I've just seen so many different angles of this thing, and there's just so many things about this that is not, it is just, I feel like history is repeating itself. And some of the the things, once, basically this was it for me. Once Biden mandated the vaccine, once he made it a federal mandate for employers with over 100 employees to do it, that to me felt like the biggest overreach of government that I've seen in a long, long time, and probably the biggest I've ever seen, period. Where you are forcing people against their will. A lot of people that are not on board with this.
Yeah, and it's debatable whether Trump would have mandated it or not. I personally don't think he would have, but I mean, I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I don't think he would have, but if these people are just answering to a higher up, who knows?
Who knows?
I mean, it's very suspicious when these companies are making, these shot companies, they're making insane money. You had an accusation that was put against the South Wales Premier of Australia.
Oh, yeah, I saw that last week.
That she was on the take, that she was getting millions of dollars from these companies. 2 weeks later, she resigns.
Yep. And where's that kind of stuff happening in like the States and in Canada? Because I'm sure there's people taking money.
Trudeau.
Yeah, Trudeau.
Yeah, he's already he's already planned for the next 3 years for you to get your Pfizer shot. He's made a deal up to 2024. They're planning on keeping this thing going as long as you let them.
Yep. They're not planning on stopping anytime soon.
No, this isn't about, remember, it was like 15 days to slow the spread, and everybody's like, okay, yeah. And sure enough, it's just
everyone except me. I was like, no, fuck this. This is going to be terrible. They're never going to stop.
Exactly. Once you give them an inch, they're taking a mile. And it's very clear. The government hasn't cared about anybody. Like,
no. And this is what John Burns is talking about too. Thank you so much for the tune. He says the Patriot Act is still in force. We've got that. Yeah, that's like what happened with the Patriot Act. They were like, oh, it's going to be here for a minute. Like, it's going to be gone. Like, don't worry. Guess what? It's been like fucking 20 years. It's still there. And John Burns with another toonie, by letting Jesus take the wheel, you'll save lives. The interesting part is this debate going on now in the chat about the seat belts, because Jane says they don't save lives. And I think that they do. The interesting part about the seatbelts, and we're going to get back to this article because there's other interesting things about it. I like this gentleman's response here. Attack the Mountain says seatbelts do save lives, and I'm still pro-choice on them. Interestingly, I've had many discussions and arguments, heated arguments with my husband about this, because he used to like hate wearing seatbelts. He still does. He doesn't wear a seatbelt, and he's like, and I used to be like extremely fascist about wearing a seatbelt. I was like, you fucking have to wear a seatbelt. Like, wear a fucking seatbelt. And we used to have a car that was like an older car, so it didn't like beep when you like didn't put on a seatbelt. So when I bought my new car, like this was when we were in Canada, when I bought a new car and it had like the beeping thing, he was like, I fucking hate your car because it like won't shut up unless I put on a seatbelt. And I'm like, good. Like, I'm glad, because you have to fucking wear it then. But we got into this huge fight about whether you should wear a seatbelt or not, and whether it was right for the government to mandate its use.
Yeah.
And like, and we got into this argument many times. The interesting part was I always wore it, except this one time I didn't wear it in a parking lot. And I was going from like one parking lot to another,
literally to another,
crawling at like 10 fucking miles an hour, like literally crawling across the street. There's no fucking traffic. Cop comes out of the parking lot, sees me
busts you for no seatbelt,
busts me for no seatbelt. My husband laughed at me a lot because he was like, you always wear it, and here's the one time you fucking don't wear it and you get the ticket. And I tried to charm myself out of it too, and the guy was like, nope. Didn't it? He
was like, no, I'm just gonna.
No. Wow. Yeah, he was an asshole. He was either that or he was gay, because I was like, really?
He tried to put on the feminine charm, and
and he was having none of it. He was so happy because I'm pretty sure he had like quotas to like
probably
get or
that
something.
Probably was what it was,
because I was like, fuck you, and I was like, I can't believe the one time I didn't wear it, because I was like, I'm just going from like literally like here to here. I just didn't want to walk it. I mean, I should have walked it, but then I got a freaking $75 ticket. It was freaking annoying.
Ouch.
It was terrible. Yeah. And it was like, at a time in my life where I could not afford it either. It was just like it was a really shitty situation.
Yeah.
And then like, so the debate like raged on again in my house that night, because we were like, because my husband was like, see, this is why mandates are stupid, because you wouldn't have gone into an accident and like, gone through the fucking window at 10 miles an hour. Like, it was going from literally one parking lot to another. In this situation, the mandate was stupid. And I was like, he's right. He was right. It was a fucking stupid thing. I made an adult choice not to wear it and to risk my life. But like, that's what it means to live in a nanny state, I guess, because it doesn't matter. Like, if the government mandates it, then you have to listen, right? Like, that's just the way it goes. If you're part of society, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing. It's obviously like one thing to just put a piece of, whatever synthetic material those things are made out of, or whatever. I don't know. You just literally put it across your waist, and I mean, it's that to me. It's like, okay, whatever. I mean. Granted, I'm sure like it depends on the type of accident you get in. I'm sure there's maybe certain accidents that could prevent. Maybe you would, I don't know. Maybe in some cases you'd have more of a chance of surviving without a seatbelt. But I'm guaranteeing like probably majority.
I think majority
of cases it's going to save you. Right?
Yeah, but then like you have the off chance situation where like not
the
wearing
seatbelt could actually, I don't know, maybe
like hinder you from getting out of the car.
Sure.
And that's one of the other reasons that I have like, certain things in my car that I try to like, make sure I have, just in case like I need to cut the seatbelt open, or like break the window, like those kind of things, like they do occur. So you have to be prepared. Again, those are adult decisions that you have to make for yourself.
Sure.
But I don't know. John Burns, thank you for the tune. He says Trudeau took vaccine sets for third world countries. What? Trudeau took vaccine set for third world countries. Oh, you mean like he stole like India's vaccine
or something? Yeah, he's willing to pay more.
Yeah,
and that's the other side of it. Like, it's the Canadian, in this case, the Canadian people's money. he's using. It's our money that the Biden administration or whoever's in charge of this is using to buy these vaccines. They're not free.
Mhm.
They
They're
keep
not
on
free.
saying they're free. They bought a shit ton of this stuff. Some of it, they can't move it off the shelf. And that's why I think it's very simple. They want to keep this freaking money train rolling. And I'm gonna
Yeah,
okay.
I hear you.
But here, we're gonna try not to get kicked off the air here.
Leonard S., thank you so much for the 5, says 15 centuries to slow the spread. I love it.
Yeah, 1 millennium to slow the spread.
That's great. Oh my God. So he's the makeup designer.
Yeah, my bad.
So he doesn't like,
I knew he was
yeah.
like behind the scenes guy, but he was, according to this, so Mike Pilcher, Emmy award-winning hair and makeup designer for Bridgerton, has died of COVID-19. His agency, Curtis Brown, confirmed to Variety. 53 years old. The news comes 3 weeks after the UK-based stylist, who was double vaxxed, had no underlying health conditions, picked up a creative Emmy statuette in Los Angeles for his work.
That's
on the
really
Netflix
sad.
series. Extremely sad. I mean, he did the right thing, as as it's said to be, right? As Biden would say, doing the right thing. And well, I guess look where it got him. I don't know.
It's just so sad, man. At this point, this is all. And like, this is what I was saying too. Like, I even tweeted this. I was like, because all the media does. And of course they're going to do this. It's like saying like, all the stuff is rare like mitochondriasis and rare heart attacks and rare blood clots. And I'm like, at what point are we gonna stop calling it rare when everyone is fucking dying from the shit, or like everyone's being affected?
Right.
Like, when is it gonna stop being rare? Because it's like,
yeah, I mean, when you're having like, this guy just won an Emmy. What's funny is like people who win Oscars and awards, generally like have a longer lifespan. There is actual statistic to that. I guess Oscar winners live longer than, I guess, non-Oscar
really
winners.
I didn't know that.
It's an odd I don't know who even begins to look up this stuff, but maybe it's the idea of like more accomplishment in your life. I'm not sure what the whole point is.
You do get extremely happy when you win the award, and happiness and serotonin are good for you. So
hey, yeah, good stuff. I mean,
are you drinking beer?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Shadow Warchild for 2. Nice. What brand is it?
This is Stella Ortiz. Yeah. Nice. I like imported beers.
I like that too. Shadow Warchild, thank you so much for the $2. Says the phone tax from Spanish-US war is still here. What is it? What the hell? That's weird.
Attack the Mountain says, did this guy die from COVID or the vaccine? I guess we don't.
Yeah, you never can tell anymore.
Yeah.
What did it say in the article? If it was like mitochondriasis or
I don't know. It wasn't anything like that.
Did it specify? Okay.
Yeah. I'm just like, so I'm wondering, obviously he probably I imagine he would have to be hospitalized, right?
I would imagine so.
He was 53, double vaccinated with no underlying condition. I mean, it's like they probably didn't just find him dead, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's really no. Yeah, there's no word on this.
I agree with Jane here too. People still aren't prepared for the real pandemic. Treat this as a trial run. That's also true. Because I don't like, if this was legit, like a real pandemic, I don't think they know what the fuck they were doing. I think a lot more people would have died. They're lucky that this was a 99.8% survival rate. And I mean, look at what happened. It's not even a real one. And look at where it got us. Imagine if it was a real one. How fuck? We'd all be screwed. You mean government can get worse? Yes. Yes, it can. A lot worse.
It can always get worse.
Try living in Iran, and then you can come talk to me. Okay, so back to this article. Because this is also really interesting, you guys, to know, because this is what's going to happen in the entertainment the next few years. I mean, look at what they're talking about here, like how so much funding was affected. This is going to affect movies and entertainment in the long run. So this is why they're rolling out shit like wristbands, which we're getting into. Disney, the studio behind Black Panther, will begin rolling out a sticker system for all of their new production in mid-October that requires visible proof of COVID-19 vaccination status as stipulated in a return to work agreement between AMPT and Hollywood's unions. Those in Zone A who are fully vaccinated will have a wristband. Those who are not will not. Anything already shooting is not covered. So in this case, they're going to be marking the vaccinated, not the unvaccinated. So yeah, like they're going to have wristbands. They're going to be having wristbands. Universal Studios recently found itself in an awkward standoff with Sean Penn. The Oscar-winning actor left the set of Watergate-era limited series Gaslit in July and said he wouldn't return until every member of the production was vaccinated. Sean Penn's a fucking
psycho,
dick.
Man. He's a
I
psycho.
know. And also, how relevant are you? Like, get the fuck out of here. I can't remember the last time I watched a Sean Penn movie, and I probably will never again. Two class societies. Yeah.
Yep.
This is what it's becoming. This is messed up. But the weird part is that they're treating each other different too. The top elite are also treating each other differently. But NBC Universal, which already had imposed the strictest requirements possible according to the onset protocols established in September 2020 by arrangement between the AMPTP and the unions, only required Zone A members to be fully vaccinated. Penn came back about 2 months later. His return was considered a compromise. Only Gaslit Zone A members were required to be vaccinated, but NBC Universal spokesperson said there is currently an all-zone mandate until production wraps. Penn, whose core organization was instrumental in supplying widespread COVID-19 testing and vaccine distribution across whose core organization was instrumental in supplying widespread COVID-19 testing. That's interesting. Does that mean he's making money off that?
Yeah, that would be a conflict of interest. I'm sure it's a non-profit organization, I would imagine. But even in nonprofits, you do have, tax write-offs and expenses,
incentives,
and yeah. So, a lot of times people, it's not always, there's reasons, like it's not like people are doing things just strictly out of
from the goodness of their
heart. There is some certain benefits of having like a, at least I can't say I know everything about it, but I do know that I imagine there are some benefits, right? Because,
I would
they
imagine
want people
so.
doing good things, right? Good things.
They want to give them, incentive to keep being good. Keep giving them that carrot. Los Angeles County also stuck his neck out. Or sorry, where are we? Testing, vaccine distribution across Los Angeles County also stuck his neck out while promoting his MGM film Flag Day and requested that unvaccinated moviegoers skip the cinema. Stay home until you are convinced of these very clearly safe vaccines. Very clearly. I mean, so clearly. This
hasn't even been out for over a year, and these people are experts. They're experts. It's amazing. Like that's where it just makes you suspicious. Where it's like, safe and effective and all this, and they keep shoving it down your throat. Meanwhile, you do see these cases where people are having issues.
Mm-hmm. Boba Yogi says for 2, y'all need to watch Awaken with JP Life Jacket. I did see that.
I've seen it like 3 times. I've showed other people. It's great.
Yeah, me too. I shared it on social media.
Maybe we'll play it.
Yeah, maybe we'll play it after this.
Yeah,
because it's so good. It's so good. No enemies, no kidding, John. Oh no, sorry. It's nonprofit he made in 2010 in response to the Haiti
Okay.
earthquake. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you for that. So yeah, and then so we've normalized this notion of radical libertarianism, and it really is a violation of the idea of interconnectedness. What the fuck are you talking
This is for
about?
Sean Penn right here.
Yeah.
So
What
I'm
happened?
just
I was looking at the article.
no, I'm just so like I literally would want to. I could just take like if Sean Penn was right here, like I'm just so like.
I didn't see what you did though. I was looking
No, I
at
was
the
flipping off the camera.
Oh, you were
You
flicking.
know, I was
Okay,
flipping
good.
off Sean Penn, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I see.
It's just like, are you kidding me? You, what are you? Are you a socialist commie bastard?
Yes.
Get out of this country. To even say something like this, you are not deserving of this country. You should be deported. Okay. The idea of interconnectedness, translation, socialism. That's what we need a much more. It's a nice spin on it, right? It's a nice.
I almost
play.
would be like, hey, I wouldn't mind socialism if they weren't gonna fucking force a vaccine down your throat. I mean, if they're like, okay, like you can have a choice, I'd be like, okay, maybe I'll take it. I don't know, maybe just a little bit, just a little bit. But that's not the case. That's not the case at all. It's like they're not even making a good case for it.
It's really a violation of the idea of interconnectedness, because making other people do stuff that they don't want to do, that's a great way to connect people.
Yeah.
You freaking dumb
idiot.
like, either of these people are just dumb or they know exactly what they're doing.
I think they know exactly what they're doing. I mean, some of them might be dumb. Maybe Sean Penn's a little dumb. I don't know about that though. Sean Penn doesn't seem like
Or
a dumb
both, I
type.
suppose. But
Maybe
I mean,
it's both.
it's just like we've normalized this notion of radical. Wait, this isn't radical libertarianism. This is just basic libertarianism.
Is it even basic libertarianism? Just wanting to like have a choice to not get vaccinated, just wanting the choice. I don't really know if that even is even.
He's saying this is radical libertarianism. It's like, what the? Well, even still, give me radical. Like, I want radical freaking libertarianism, but like at the very least, I just want libertarianism.
Oh my God, this guy should talk to Eric July if he wants to talk about radical freaking libertarianism. Ben DeGoro says, Nina, any medicine and vaccine, you can find the ingredient or inside the box. COVID-19 vaccine, no one can tell you what's inside of it. Well, stuff is coming out about what's inside of it. Not a lot of people are happy. I can tell you that much right now. Okay, so then the article goes on. Some actors have learned to coexist amid murky landscape in which some colleagues continue to avoid the jab. Each individual has his or her own rights. We aren't in control of anybody's body. Only that person is. Okay, see, that's the thing. So Blackish star Anthony Anderson said. So that's great. I'm glad Anthony Anderson can understand that.
Sure.
But here's the thing. The scary part is that people like Sean Penn, who are like authoritarian and like they believe in that kind of mentality, they want to be in control of everyone's body. Like
Exactly.
they want that
Exactly.
control over you. That's the thing. That's the thing you don't understand, Anthony Anderson, is that if they had the power to do it, they would do it.
They would do it. Yeah.
They would 100% do it.
They would force that freaking thing in your,
yeah.
They'd mandate
force it.
Like some of these people are so insane.
They would Harvey Weinstein your ass with that fucking vaccine so hard.
But that's the thing where even Joe Biden, it's like he literally is forcing people to do. And again, how is that going to work for you? No wonder why granted, his approval ratings were already in the shitter before that, but it's like, how in the world does he think this is going to work out? America's a different beast than Canada. you know,
It is. It is.
and people are not, you know, granted, I don't have a whole lot of faith in elections, you know, or how things are going to play out in this election. Like, who knows? We'll see. But it's just like, I mean, you think he'd be more concerned about people that aren't for this, and now you're forcing them to do something they don't want to do.
Oh,
And how are they going to feel about that?
Be
right?
prepared, John, because now Canada is setting an example for the United States. And I saw stuff today on the media that was like talking about how like maybe we should start doing things like Canada. And like I was like, oh my God.
And
This
then it's
is fucked
Australia, you know,
up.
it's like Australia is the stuff you're seeing there. It's a police state.
Yeah.
It's insanity. Canada's right behind them. And then
It's
you
like
got,
and the most fucked up thing to me with Australia is like you see tweets like, wow, you know, Australia is really turning authoritarian. And I'm like, really turning? Like
I think
bro,
they're
like
there.
what else do you want? Like it's there. That's
Right.
it. This is the fucking end result, man. Like one more step is called gas chamber. Okay. That's like, you know, when they start genociding people, like that's the like, you know, the last fucking step. I don't even know. It's just so crazy to me. John Burns,
No,
thank
like,
you so much for the toonie. He says they're experts like Bob and Doug McKenzie. Oh my God. Sorry, John, what were you gonna say?
oh no, I'm just gonna say, like, that's what it's gonna take. It's like people walking into a gas chamber or to a camp and like, you know what? I think they're getting a little totalitarian. Like,
Just a little bit.
yeah. It's
Just
like
a tad.
they're there. Like, and that's gonna be the US if we're not
if you guys don't fight back,
don't do
that's
something,
exactly
you
what
know?
it's gonna be.
And
Yeah.
basically, it's like we don't even have. All we have to do is just keep saying no. That's all we have to do is keep
Just
saying
say
"F
no."
you." No, we're not complying. We're not doing this.
Yeah, just say no, people. Just say no. I keep saying that. I keep doing that. Chris Sky is all about that. Hashtag just say no and united non-compliance. You just gotta not fucking comply to this shit. Aiken, thank you so much for the $7.99. Says, gotta go, but remember, Australia isn't the only two states. It isn't just the 2 states of lockdown.
True. Yeah.
That's true. That's true. But good night, Aiken. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you, Aiken. Appreciate it.
So yeah, so he goes on to say, Anthony Anderson goes on to say, I'm vaccinated because I have pre-existing conditions as a type 2 diabetic. So I wanted to make sure that I did whatever I could to stave off this pandemic and COVID. But I'm not here to judge anyone or what they should do with their body. I can only govern what I'm doing with mine. As long as they respect me, I respect them. As long as we keep our 6-foot distance and wear masks, then we can interact and do what we want to do. But it's not my place to police anyone. Well, I'm glad that you have a set of boundaries that you're comfortable with, Anthony Anderson. But it's ridiculous to expect this to go on forever when you're double vaxxed and. Even when you're double vaxxed, you're still wanting people to wear a mask and stay 6-foot distance from you. Like that's some logic there, buddy. Okay.
Yeah. I'll appreciate the fact that he's not.
At least he doesn't want to police anyone.
I mean, it kind of is like, well, you got to wear your mask when you're on. It's like, okay, but I mean, it's like, I'm sure he's got a group of friends that are willing to do that or whoever or whatever. But it's like, in a sense, it's kind of funny because there's a little bit of like, well, you still have to do this if you're going to be around me.
You still got to do this, and this if you want to be around me.
But hey, at least he's
I
not
won't call
saying
the cops on you.
Yeah, at least he's not saying you got to get the shot or whatever. I mean, for crying out loud.
For now,
right? Yeah. He seems like he might be on the verge of like tipping over.
Yeah, he's like he's just right on the cusp. Productions aren't the only one in Hollywood battlefield. Social circles are also facing turmoil. THR learned of an instance that saw an A-lister cut ties with beloved yoga instructor who refused the vaccine. I can tell you why, because yoga is all about health and being, a healthy person. So why would you want to get? Never mind. The star had highly recommended the guru and facilitated introductions to a cadre of fellow insiders, some of whom are said to have ended their relationship as well to protect loved ones and vulnerable vulnerable conditions. And while many companies have instituted vaccine mandates for the return to work, the full picture isn't yet clear, as many are still working from home. Still, some are angry about what they see from a distance. They are definitely people who have refused to get vaccinated, and they were putting the safety and health of their coworkers in jeopardy, the agency partner said. We've encountered a few, but people are now getting to the point where they've woken up to the reality that non-vaccinated people are the ones causing chaos and making others sick. Nobody wants to work in an environment where that is a possibility and you are not fully protected.
This is what we call scapegoating, folks. This is a classic, especially now. I think more than ever it is clear, because before the idea was you get the vaccine and you can't get COVID and you can't spread it. That was the whole point. It's like, well, you don't want to spread it to other people, right? You don't want to kill anybody. And now you get the vaccine, you can still do both. You can still get COVID and you can still spread it. And so I don't know how long they can keep on saying this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated when vaccinated people keep getting COVID. And breakthrough cases are becoming so normal.
Frequent.
You hear about it. You hear about it in freaking Hollywood. You hear about it in the NBA. You hear about people, and it's like, well, it's definitely not. Especially when you have famous people that this is happening to, which are already like an extreme minority, right, in this country. It's like, obviously, and you look at the numbers, it's like, how the hell is this just a pandemic of the unvaccinated?
No, that's what I'm talking about. When are we gonna, and like I agree with what you're saying, and when are we gonna start acknowledging the fact that it's not really breakthrough cases anymore, or that it's not rare when you hear so and so died of mitochondritis, or like so and so had a blood clot, and so had this, and so had that. You hear about it like every day now, and it's just like this different cases, everyone. And like that's the other thing too, is like we don't even know how many people aren't even reporting half the shit that they experience, because they're scared to do it. For now, Hollywood decision makers seeking to implement blanket COVID-19 vaccination requirements have their hands tied. The AMTP, Hollywood's union protocols, will remain in effect until October 31st. Furthermore, many productions features actors and actresses under the age of 12 who are not yet approved to receive the COVID-19 vaccinations. If Gavin Newsom has anything to say about it, that won't last for long.
So Gavin Newsom, what was the recent thing? Oh, Los Angeles. They put it into effect. I don't know if you saw that. Los Angeles has put it into effect.
I did.
That you have to be vaccinated to go pretty much anywhere there.
Yeah, I did see that. And this article dropped today. So I don't know why they didn't take that into account, because I mean, they're saying it's going to remain till the 31st.
So basically, if you live in Los Angeles, you're going to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you live in Los Angeles, you're gonna what, John?
Well, you have to be vaccinated.
Yeah,
they pretty much I mean, if you want to go anywhere or do anything there,
anything.
I suppose if you're rich, which a lot of people in LA are, you could have your servant or your butler do all the errands and just live in your house all day.
Or just pay the fines, because that's the other thing too. Like, it's not like they're gonna take you to prison; they're just gonna fine you.
They'll fine the hell out of you. Yeah. The government will make
more money. And most of the people there can afford it.
Sure.
So they're going to be like, whatever, fucking fine me then. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5, says, after World War II, Japan's military spending is limited to 1% the GDP of the GDP. Wondering where the other 99% of the GDP has gone? AC, education, infrastructure, green spaces? That's interesting. Okay.
Wonder how much of the GDP went to how much have we spent on wars?
Yeah, I wonder.
Military,
But some actors, like that's the other person that has come up.
Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad.
So yeah, because he came out and said something about the vax too, or the unvaxxed, are hoping that the unvaccinated simply avoid sets while the Delta variant rages. If you don't want to vaccinate, go to a small island and sequester yourself. The Mandalorian and Better Call Saul actor said. Otherwise, you're saying fuck you to all other human beings.
No,
We
I'm
all
just
have
saying
to do
fuck
it.
you to you.
Yeah, I'm just saying fuck you to you, buddy. We all have to do it if we want to live. I don't
If we
understand
want
how
to
people.
live, all right. We'll get to after this, Nina. If you don't mind, there's an article that I would
Definitely.
really very much like to talk about.
Sure.
Okay.
I don't understand how people don't vaccinate. For me, I've lost friends, so I know it's real. We've all lost people, dude. Not only in Europe, but in America. Friends who were completely healthy and uncompromised. The vaccine is the answer. Is it though? I'm not downing anyone who doesn't want to vaccinate. Don't work. Don't write it out somewhere. Go write it out somewhere. You're not going to compromise anyone else if you get it. And that's the article.
The funny thing is like if you get COVID and you've got it and you've had it, it's pretty much, your odds of getting it are less likely. You've developed antibodies, et cetera, et cetera.
You're right.
It's not like if you get COVID, you're carrying it for the duration of your life and you're going to infect, I mean,
yeah, it's going to leave at some point.
Yeah. And the thing is, like, if you get it, okay, well, and that's fine. Like, I understand, like with anything, if you get sick, stay at home for the duration of it. In this case, they say stay 14 days, whatever. That's like, I don't have a problem with that. I think that's probably, it's smart. Like, I don't want to go out and get anybody else, especially if you got it. I guess
I mean, the other day, like I had a little bit of a cold, like, a couple weeks ago. I don't even know what it was because obviously I didn't get tested or anything, but I just like took a bunch of vitamins. But like I had to go to the store, and and I was like, my husband was like, okay, I'm gonna go get you a bunch of stuff. Like, do you want to come? And I was like, fuck no. Like I didn't even have a fever or anything, but I was like, I'm not going to the store because A, I don't feel like going out because you're sick. Because why would you want to go out when you're sick? And B, like, why would I want to go and spread this disease, whatever it may be, like whether it's COVID or not? It's like, who fucking, like, if I have enough, self-awareness to like not go and spread like, disgusting fucking disease to people. It's just like, I don't know. It's just common sense. That's how we were raised.
Yeah. I mean, there is that mentality before, I think after this is going to change, but it's just like, well, you just tough it out. Like if you got a little sniffle or whatever, like staying home from school, like you had to be pretty sick or to even when it comes to not going to work, the way some of my bosses, like the pressure, they'll put on you to make sure you come to work. It's like, for me, it's like, I didn't miss work unless I absolutely had to.
Yeah.
But even still, it's like,
yeah, I mean, I remember when I had like bird flu or whatever the fuck that was called. I think that was like also SARS,
it's probably
some shit, whatever the hell it was. It was COVID, but it was like SARS, COVID. I don't know, whatever the fuck it was, but it was like bird flu. And I got really sick and my manager still wanted me to come in, even though I went and got a doctor's note. I was like, I can't come in, man. And she still fucking wrote me up and everything. Gosh. I was like, dude, I was sick. Like, you really want me to cough in your face? Like, I don't really know what to tell you.
Do you want to have to go to work when you're not feeling good?
People don't care though. Like back then, they didn't care.
I know. I think
didn't care.
Yeah, maybe now it's gonna be a little bit different because everybody's like, "Oh no, you might have COVID. You could kill me." Perfect lead in to this article here. Eric July. Speaking of Eric July, he covered this. I actually saw this. I think I saw this first I saw this on his video. And I thought this was.
I love Eric July. We need to get him on the show one time.
We should. We really should. Because I think certainly more than anything, I'm definitely digging his videos on the jab and anything having to do with this for sure. Mm-hmm. But U.S. adults, get this, estimates of COVID-19 hospitalization risk. I think the title on this, if you go to the, I think it's like they're saying that they overestimate it. That was, I don't know if that was the original title or if that's anyways. Mm-hmm. But real quick, I just want to go to, well, here, I'll just the first couple paragraphs sum it up. The American public's understanding of the effectiveness of COVID-19 vaccines may have been put to the test in recent weeks as national public health leaders openly debate whether a booster shot is needed for the general population. Meanwhile, a large gap in vaccination rates persists between Democrats and Republicans. I'm not even really concerned about this so much as, like, I think the data is, there is a difference for sure. But even when it comes to Democrats and Republicans, both overestimate the risk of hospitalization, whether or not you've been vaccinated or are not vaccinated. But we'll get to that. So Gallup surveyed over 3,000 U.S. adults. That's a pretty good survey size, actually. That's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, 3,000. On their understanding, okay, think about this. On their understanding of hospitalization after contracting COVID-19 among those who have versus have not been vaccinated. The results show that most Americans overstate the risk of hospitalization for both groups. 92% overstate the risk that unvaccinated people will be hospitalized. Think about that. 92% out of that 3,000 sampling size that they had, 92% overstated the risk that unvaccinated people will be hospitalized. 62% overstate the risk for vaccinated people. At the same time, at the same time, the U.S. adults are fairly accurate at estimating the effectiveness of vaccines at preventing hospitalization, with the median responding putting it at 80%. So if you go down here, so this is, I thought they had a better chart. Yeah, okay. So estimated COVID-19 hospitalization risk for unvaccinated population. So this is, what people think in terms of like your chance of going to the hospital if you're not vaccinated. So 1%, this is 2 to 5%. You had, look at this. So according to Democrats, 41%, let me see if I'm reading this right here. Estimated. Okay. So this is percentage of Democrats. Yeah. 41% of Democrats thought you had a 50% or higher chance of going to the hospital if you're unvaccinated.
And this is all because of the media.
Yeah. One out of two unvaccinated people are going to wind up in a hospital. That's what they think. But you also had 22% of Republicans and 26% of independents thought that 50% or higher. But you still even got these groups here, 20% to 30 to, but this is insane.
Yeah.
This here is so telling of the fear porn.
The fear porn
that has been pushed on the American people. Because think about it. If it's real in people's heads, it doesn't matter like if it lines up with reality, because people will go along with their beliefs over reality or statistics or anything like that. If it's real in here, they will act as if it is real. That means they will get a jab. If they think there's if there's a 50% chance that they're going to go to the hospital, of course they're going to freaking get a shot in their arm. Yep. But that just shows how uninformed the American sheeple are. I'm not talking about the American people. I'm talking about the American sheeple. Because you are a sheep if you honestly think that 50% chance that you're going to get, you haven't done your research. You haven't looked into any of this shit for yourself. All you've done is fucking look at a box and let these people fucking push their fear porn on you till you're in such a state of fear.
CNN, and then you have people like fucking Disney coming out like with Fauci documentaries, like trying to make this guy a god. I mean, obviously this is exactly what you're talking about, like fear porn. This is what, like, that's why, because I mean people can, and
it's an emotional thing. It's not rational, because if you turn off the television, and this is for me, it's like the statistic that has never changed is that mortality rate. It's like, and it's crazy because the expected life expectancy, like the people who are really dying off from this, I think that it's like 70. Your expected life expectancy here in the US is like 72. Everybody is dying off from this is like, I don't want to say everybody, but I'm saying like a
majority
is over that.
Yeah.
This isn't, you just look at those statistics and you're like, well.
Yeah, it's like the other day I read a fucking headline and I was like, I mean, obviously it's sad. Don't get me wrong.
Sure.
It was really sad, but I read this headline that was like, woman who survived the 1918 flu and World War succumbs to COVID-19. And I was like, this lady was over 90 years old.
If it wasn't COVID,
she wasn't gonna live forever. Like, it's gonna be something. Like, I don't understand.
I mean, yeah, of course it's sad. Like, death is sad for anybody and everybody.
Yeah.
But for crying out loud, what are we expecting? Are we expecting that people will never die? Like,
yeah, I was like,
when the fuck did that ever become an expectation?
Exactly. That's why I'm like, like when I read that headline, I was like, okay, this is sad because she died. Okay, that's sad. But it's also like she wasn't gonna live forever. Like, she was gonna die of something. Unfortunately, maybe it was COVID. I don't even believe that it was. I don't.
Who knows?
I'm not one of those people.
The primary thing she might have died from wasn't even. It might have possibly not even had anything to do with COVID.
Exactly.
She might have been died with COVID and not of COVID.
You don't even know anymore. You can never tell.
That's the problem. It's certain, and I want to know when it does come to people who are, I want to see more of a fucking, when they report like these people that are dying. Okay, well, give us the statistics on which they will just line up with the main statistic we've had forever, is that it's older people, but they don't tell you that. It's older people and people with underlying health conditions. And in most cases, it's both. Because when you get older, it's like a car, things start breaking down and you have other health conditions, and it happens. But it's like the life expectancy, again, people are living, the people that are like, they're exceeding the life expectancy of the average person here. Like, that's where we're getting, that type of territory we're getting into, where a lot of these people would have in many cases probably passed away if they got the flu, because their immune system and their white blood cells, just their white blood cell count just isn't that high. I mean, it just happens as you get older, unfortunately, but that's a reality.
That's life. Death is part of life, believe it or not. Like, that, it was before COVID and it will be after COVID. It's the most insane thing to me that people are like, it's like, oh my God, death. Oh no. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5. Says 6 foot distance, right, left, or up, down are fine. But if you also start insisting 6 feet from the corner to corner, and Pythagoras will start screaming. That's hilarious. That was good. That was good, John Burns. That was good.
Good stuff.
Leonard S., thank you so much for the 5. Says MSM ignores jab concerns in the rest of the world. It is as if the U.S. exists in a vacuum. That's true. That's true-ish. Because that's the other thing that I saw today was stuff like that. Because you see, this is the stuff that comes out every day, and I'm like, okay, when are we gonna stop with this bullshit? Like, I saw this today that I was like, what? Or that, it wasn't today, it was the other day. Sweden and Denmark pause Moderna COVID-19 vaccine for younger age groups because of, different issues that have come up with regards to the side effects. So that, because of that. And you know, like I'm just saying, you see even MSM report stuff like this, and then you're like, when is this stop? When is it going to stop being rare? I don't understand.
Maybe we shouldn't be. I mean, these kids already get enough vaccines as it is. They've got like a 99.999999. I mean, the rate of kids are the most durable when it comes to this vaccine, for crying out loud, or
Yep.
when it comes to the virus. So why are we vaccinating them? Let their immune system do what it's programmed to do.
They want to vaccinate these kids, John. It's crazy, man. Especially in Canada and in California, they just want to vaccinate kids. It's just the weirdest. It's the most. It seems really creepy in some ways. John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says, "What are the homeless vaccination rates?" 100%. I don't know. But I always thought that the homeless were gonna be the first ones to go from COVID. I don't know if you remember, John.
They were saying it was.
I mean, exactly. I don't know if you remember, but we were talking about it like an Infinite Talk last year when I was like, I think the homeless are gonna start dropping dead in Tent City, and they're gonna just we're gonna be seeing like piles of dead bodies if the way that the way that they're describing it, and like none of that. Nina and Grandma go to war. What? No. Nope, no. Not enough people passed away from it, maybe. I don't know. That's just crazy. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5. Says The Onion. Man whose body riddled with cancer relived to be sentenced to death. I was worried I died from something horrible. Now I feel blessed. The Onion used to be really good. I mean, now the Babylon Bee's kind of taken over.
Yeah. I was watching some videos from The Onion. For some reason, they popped up on my feed, and they're pretty funny.
Okay, that's good. I love it. I love you guys having a conversation in the chat. It's excellent. Okay, other stuff that we're gonna talk about. This one. I saw this thing too, COVID related. Okay, wait. Actually, you know what? I'll share this and then remind me to play you the other video of that lady being like, "We need to do what Canada's doing." Because I did see this pop up. Judge blocks Iowa's ban on mask mandates. Nearly 1 million students in New York City, the largest U.S. school system, returning to in-person classes. Some FDA scientists say booster shots aren't needed. School district in Iowa will be able to issue mask mandates, at least for now, after a federal judge blocked the state on Monday from enforcing a ban on such policies. The case in Iowa is one of several disputes playing out across the country about the power of the local officials to mandate coronavirus precautions and the authority of the state leaders to block them. Senior Judge Robert W. Pratt is explaining his decision to issue a temporary restraining order, said that if the drastic increase in the number of pediatric COVID-19 cases since the start of the school year in Iowa is any indication of what is to come, such an extreme remedy is necessary to ensure that children involved in this case are not irreparably harmed. Dude, like kids don't get it. Like, what? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand. This is messed up. Like, I don't know what this guy's talking about. Because kids don't.
I mean, the funny thing is more than likely kids are gonna. Well, I think kids get it, but I don't think they're really affected by it.
They're not affected by it. Like,
I'm sure I'm sure plenty of these kids have already had it.
Probably.
And they didn't even
I think
know
everybody's had it at this point.
Probably.
I think they are. But yeah, anyways, this guy's this lady today, federal judge unilaterally overturned a state law, ignored the decision by our elected legislature, and took away parents' ability to decide what's best for their kids. Ms. Reynolds said in a statement, "We will appeal the exercise every legal option we have to uphold the state law and defend the rights of liberties and afford any American citizen to protect our Constitution. Great, you should do that. So that I don't know. I thought that was annoying that they overturned this. And they're going in the footsteps of Canada. Some of them are really going in that footstep. Which was this here. Where was it? I have it somewhere. Give me one moment to find it. I shared so many Project Veritas videos.
Salt Laker says, just be glad when all your college kids come home with this COVID. When all your college kid comes home with is COVID. Well, we've seen schools like Duke, or rather Duke. I don't
Harvard.
think it was Harvard Business, LaSalle. Duke had 98% of their students vaccinated, and they were getting a bunch of breakthrough cases, and so they had to have restricted things going on there. It wasn't like a campus lockdown, but now they're taking precautions.
Now they're going back to online learning.
Well, Harvard Business is, and I think they were at 96% for the students and 95%. Pretty much, it's like, if that isn't going to get the job done, nothing's going to get the job done. And at that point, it's like, well, and that's a good case study. Like, if you want,
that is a good case study.
If you want to know what does like a 95% vax country looks like, well, you just take the sample from a college who already done it. So if it's not working for them, Israel was like 90% vax, and if it's not working for them, like, what the hell in your demented, messed up mind, Biden, do you think it's going to work differently here? If they're having a shit ton of breakthrough cases, but again, folks, it's not about now what are they doing in Israel? Boosters. They're making everybody get the third shot. And we're going to have a fourth shot. We're going to have a fifth shot. We're going to have a sixth shot because we're going to keep this vaccine train rolling.
They're on the fourth one in Israel.
You know what I'm talking about here.
Oh, yeah. And follow the money, people. Just follow the money. I mean, honestly, whenever you follow the money, you're like, oh, shit. All right. But okay, so here's the video I was talking about. This fucking bitch.
Canada just issued a COVID-19 vaccine mandate for anyone over the age of 12 traveling on a plane or a train. I mean, we've spoken about this idea before. I wonder what's a better strategy, playing to someone's fear, using that kind of marketing campaign we just showed, or making the vaccine a requirement for more things like traveling. Should the U.S. be more like Canada?
You like how they admitted that they're using fear to drive this?
They're not even hiding it.
Like, they're not even fucking hiding it. They're like, oh, should we keep using like fear tactics, or should we like do what Canada's doing and just like make them stop being able to travel so that we can get them to get vaccinated?
Guys, I was going to do a live stream. I'm still going to do it, where we look at brainwashing tactics, okay, used by cults. And everything that they have done to this point, they are following cult tactics. They're doing, it's brainwashing. It's really brainwashing. That is what they are. It's mass brainwashing. I know it sounds extreme.
No, it's not.
For somebody on the other side, it's very clear. If you understand manipulation, and if you've ever been in a context or a situation for a long extended period of time, whether it's cults or anything like that, or if you've just studied cults, you understand, you begin to understand the tactics that are used. And this is what is going down on a mass level. It is really, we just need more critical thinking.
Mass psychosis. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. Bobo Yogi, thank you so much for the 2. Says caught Marburg fever in 84. COVID is a sniffle. Ouch.
Wow.
Okay. This bitch. She keeps talking.
A requirement for more things like traveling. Should the U.S. be more like Canada?
Yes, we should. We really need every tool at our disposal at this point. We've already tried incentives, we tried outreach and education. We should continue doing that. But at this point, vaccine requirements are the way to go. Vaccine requirements in workplaces, as we've seen, have been very effective. And I also think that for domestic travel, for interstate travel, for planes, trains, interstate buses, things that are within the jurisdiction of President Biden and the federal government, I really do think that it's time to put those requirements too. First, it's going to make plane and train travel a lot safer, but also, especially with holidays coming, it will be a powerful incentive for people to say, look, you can stay unvaccinated if you want, but you're not going to be able to travel to see your family.
Can you believe this, bitch?
What the? You're not going to be able to see. That's where we're at, folks. Where they're telling you, where they want to be able to tell you that you can't see your family. If you don't do this, then you can't see.
Yeah.
At one point do we say we're no longer living in a free country? At what point do we say?
This is legit like messed up. Like she's like, should we keep using fear or should we keep like
that is a tactic, certainly fear mongering is a tactic that has been effectively used, unfortunately, on people. And when I say, I say things like sheeple or stuff like that. I mean, like, I want to be a little bit more tactful in what I'm saying here, because obviously that type of talk is just going to turn
it's emotional
anybody on the
too.
other side. Yeah.
And it's funny because sometimes, John, I go through the same thing. Like my mom sent me this thing about Trudeau today, and I fucking literally like just read it, and I was like, I retweeted it, and I just said, "Go fuck yourself." And I don't usually do that. And then my mom got really upset, and she was like, "When I send you stuff like that, you can have a better argument. I don't want you to like go out there and start like screaming." But that's the only thing. I was so mad in that moment that I was like, "Oh, I fucking hate you," like,
yeah.
And you just, yes, I can spend 20 minutes going down a Twitter thread and fucking schooling people, but like seriously, I just don't have the energy sometimes, and I just want to scream. Like I get you, man. Sometimes it's really frustrating. Like, and then you see it on mainstream media, and they're legit telling you, yeah, we've used fear to control you. We've fucked you over. And now we're switching tactics. We're going to withhold your freedoms so you give in to us. So if you want to see your families, you better get vaccinated. It's like when you see stuff like that, these people are psychos.
They're sick.
Like, they're sick. They're sick.
To actually want to, again, we're not talking leprosy here, okay? Like, I mean,
it's not the Black Death, man. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, this is insanity, and people need to be like, we need to be pissed. Like, we need to get as mad as hell. Like that scene from Network. We need to get fucking angry and mad, because I do believe there is a time where this is like, every generation has their, I think even some I forgot which politician said it, but it's like every generation has to fight for their freedom and liberty, or has to defend them, you know? And this is it. Like, this is it right here. Like, this is, I feel like the threat, it's funny because they want to say that, the insurrection on January 6th, it was, a threat from the inside of our country that came from, and now there are even people who have opposed critical race theory. Now the FBI is apparently looking into them as potential terrorists or something.
Oh yeah, I mean, the even the teachers union, that was the craziest thing, John. Did you see that? The teachers union came out and put a statement that said, like, if you go into yell at the teachers,
people's in a school board meeting,
they're terrorists, they're domestic terrorists or whatever.
I mean, it's
ridiculous. It's like
outrageous.
you can't even go and complain anymore.
It's so stupid. What the point I'm saying is, like, they want to keep on saying that the enemy, like, basically, like, even Biden, when it came to the border, who's he blame? He blamed border agents, saying that they were strapping people, with reins, and it's like, this is a government. Yeah, the threat is on the inside, folks. but it's not us. All right. It's not US citizens. It's not parents. It's not the average American. Okay. It's them. Our threat to democracy and freedom is our government.
Yeah.
It's them.
It's the psychopathic elite and the government. Yeah.
And they're going to keep on trying to, keep on saying, well, we had domestic terrorists on January 6th. It's like, you would know what an insurrection looks like. What happened in Afghanistan with the Taliban, all right? Biden, he built back the Taliban better than ever, okay? Supplied them with the vast military vehicles. What happened there, okay? That's what an insurrection looks like. What happened on January 6th was people that were taking a tour. Granted, probably
very passionate tour, but
they weren't supposed to be there. But for crying out loud, they didn't burn down the building. There was no plan. Okay,
they didn't even have guns.
Yeah, I mean, for them,
and you're Americans. Where was the guns?
For them to say it was an insurrection is just an insult to any thinking person, anybody who actually saw the video. Okay,
dude, when they started saying that it's worse than 9/11, I was just like, y'all are done. It's just, you're done. John Burns, thank you so much for the $5. My favorite The Onion headline is Bill Cosby feeling disoriented after jury slips conviction into his verdict. He's still very woozy. Cosby lawyer. Oh no. That's terrible. Terribly good. John Burns for another toonie says vaccine passports to go to France? Why to go to France? France is terrible. But at least they're doing something. At least they're protesting.
They're protesting, which is
they're doing something. Oh no, the chat jumped on me. No.
I can read this one here. Or there's a couple super chats.
I don't know. Is this the next one here? I don't know if I've missed anyone.
No, I have
to go check.
Also,
sure you need to take over for a minute because my cat is doing bad things. I have to go stop her.
Okay. Shadow Warchild, thank you for the $2. Says, have you heard of the Department of Justice keyword warrants? No, I haven't. I think I heard about it. I haven't looked into it. I saw there was a video. I didn't check out this video on the quartering, but basically you can get a warrant for certain, I guess, if you search certain things, certain words. So I'll have to look into that because I don't know. They might be knocking at my door pretty soon here. You never freaking know. Shadow Warchild, thank you for the $2. We might have to look into that before.
Hi, I'm sorry. My cat was being very bad.
Have you heard of this, Nina?
What is
Department
it?
of Justice keyword warrants, where they
no.
I think the quartering did a
video
on this.
I did hear something about this. I didn't quite look into it, but I did hear about it. It had something to do with Google. Yeah, I did hear about it. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I did hear about it. I'll have to look into it. Thank you, Shadow Warchild. Also, John Burns, thank you for another $5. Says CNN likes to manipulate the circumstances with the skill of Scientologists. Cult paraphrasing Jean-Luc Picard to LaRussa and Bator, the Duras sisters. I don't have that clip, John, but I do have this one, and I'll play you this just because I love this Star Trek clip a lot. Do I have it here is the question. I should, but I don't. Hold on. Let me see. I'll find it.
Even CNN in some respects, though, like Biden is so terrible. Like they can't completely, like they have to acknowledge some of this stuff. And
it's funny when they acknowledge it.
Yeah, like recently, something happened when it came to Afghanistan that they covered. I guess it even let me see if I can find it.
I found my Picard clip, but I had to upload it because it's taking a second.
Okay. I think.
Did you hear about that or the Texas shooting today? That school shooting?
I heard about it. I woke up so late, but I did
Yeah.
hear about it.
I heard that there was one. I didn't really look into it, but I heard that it was. But apparently, like, he got arrested and everything.
Yeah, somebody asked Psaki about, gun control and what Biden's going to do about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Let me guess. Gonna get rid of guns.
Well, I think he would. Who knows at this point? He's so radical.
And not in a good way.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold on 2 seconds. Okay, here's the Picard clip. This is the one. See, and this one I love because it's about how important freedom is.
I question your actions, Captain. I question your choices. I question your loyalty.
You know, there are some words I've known since I was a schoolboy. But the first link, the chain is forged. The first speech censured, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably. Those words were uttered by Judge Aaron Sati as wisdom and warning. The first time any man's freedom is trodden on, we're all damaged.
Yep.
Profound words.
Very. They don't make Star Trek like they used to. That's for sure. Hey, Tom. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Tom?
Good to see you here, Tom. Okay, so what's this?
So apparently the Kabul suicide bomber was released from Bagram by the Taliban days before the attack that killed, I believe it was like 12 of our service members. Yeah.
Developing this morning, several U.S. officials tell CNN that the suicide bomber who carried out the attack, killing 13 American service members, dozens of Afghans, had just been released from prison days before the attack. CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, is live in Kabul for us right now with more on this. Clarissa, what more are you learning?
Well, really, this is bound, Kate, to reignite the debate about the U.S. handing over Bagram Air Base to the Afghan National Army. That took place on July 1st, and we now understand from this new CNN reporting that Abdul Rahman al-Lughari, the terrorist from ISIS-K who was responsible for killing 13 American service members and dozens of Afghan civilians trying to get out of the country, that he had been held at Parwan prison in Bagram Air Base. When the Taliban took power on that Sunday, the first thing they did before coming into Kabul was essentially to empty the prisons at Parwan prison in Bagram and also in Pulacharki. And I remember that very well because there were very real security concerns across the whole capital that this could lead to a huge spike in crime and also terrorist activity. Parwan prison at Bagram held thousands of prisoners, but also specifically hundreds of very dangerous terrorists. Now, the Taliban was obviously trying to release their own people from the prison, but in the process, they did release these ISIS-K members, and that now, of course, has real ramifications in terms of the security situation here on the ground. There was a large terrorist attack at a mosque here just a couple of days ago. There have been ongoing attacks in Jalalabad. Also,
okay, so yeah, you can. But according to Joe Biden, this guy that we should be listening to on, especially when it comes to our major health decisions, who was, he was telling us, though, when it came to Afghanistan that, look, it's highly unlikely. It's highly unlikely that the Taliban is going to take literally the whole thing collapses in a matter of days. It's like,
yeah,
but it was highly unlikely. Oh, what else did he say was highly unlikely? He also used that same phrase. And what do you know? The freaking thing happened. I'm trying to think because I did a video on this recently. Anyways, the point being here,
the border, right?
I think that was it. Yeah, I think it was the border. Yeah, thank you, Nina.
I think it was the border crisis. I mean, he said it about a bunch of stuff now. He's like, it's never happened, and then it happens like immediately.
It's like, if you want to place a bet, if Joe Biden says it's highly unlikely, put the money on the fact that it's going to probably happen. Yeah,
probably like the next day.
Yeah, it's like that's why it's like, the vaccines are highly effective and safe and all this stuff. It's like, this is coming from a guy who's like wrong about everything. So.
Did you hear about this news, John, about a ninja that attacked a U.S. Army Special Operations base?
No.
Yeah, that was funny. So this, I was like, what the fuck? But it's bad. A ninja with a sword assailed a U.S. Army Special Operations unit in California. So
was he successful?
For a bit, yeah.
Wow.
It seems unlikely, but it did indeed happen. A man wearing full ninja garb attacked members of the U.S. Army Special Operations Unit in the middle of the night in the California desert, setting off a scramble for safety and resulting in at least 2 injuries, according to the police and other records. The incident occurred later after 1 a.m. on September 18th, when the authorities in Ridgecrest, California, got word of a sword-wielding man dressed as a ninja on the loose at the Inokaren, is that Inokaren Airport in Kern County, north of Los Angeles. Kern County Sheriff deputies found the suspect and had assaulted a victim at the scene with a sword and thrown a rock through a hangar window, hitting an additional victim in the head, the sheriff's office said Friday.
So bizarre.
The attack came without a warning. The victim are members of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, according to the Stars and Stripes newspaper, which states that the military personnel were at the airport as part of a training exercise. The incident report quickly drew attention after it was posted on Instagram. It described how a staff sergeant was smoking a late-night cigarette near an airport hangar when an unknown person wearing full ninja garb approached him with a question. "Do you know who I am?" the man asked. The sergeant said he did not. "Do you know where my family is?" the man asked. When the sergeant said he didn't know, the person in ninja garb began to slash at him with a katana sword. The report states, adding that the sergeant's leg and phone were struck.
Dang.
The sergeant ran, jumped a fence, and reached a building where he joined others from his company as he and captain locked the doors and called 911. The assailant kicked and punched the doors and windows, according to the report, which has redacted the service members' names. The Ridgecrest Police Department's blotter entry from that night says a report came in at 1:19 a.m. of the suspect in a ninja outfit, complete with a sword, at the airport. The report cited at least 1 victim more than 20 minutes later after the initial contact. The blotter says a 911 call came in from someone at the airport stating 26 special operations military members were hunkered down in a hangar wondering where help is. Okay.
Didn't they have any guns or weapons or anything?
This is my question to you, John.
Like, what
is going on in your military?
That's what I would like to know. I'm like, how does one guy in a freaking ninja costume with a sword have like 26 people locked down? Like, how in the world do you, if you're a military, are you not able to handle that situation?
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Okay. I'm just like, that's for
crazy.
One man to be able to put 26 people in a state of panic where they're locked in. It's like,
do they not train military personnel to use guns anymore in the United States? I'm very confused.
Like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would have to imagine that the sergeant maybe didn't have his gun on him.
I mean, there's 26 of them, though. Like,
I'm just thinking when he's outside, if you see a dude approaching you with a sword, you know,
well, yeah, you run by yourself. I mean, the dude that was by himself.
If you've got a gun, I mean,
Oh, yeah, that's true. If he had a
You
gun
know.
on him.
Yeah, I don't know if he did have his gun.
Maybe
he
he
didn't.
didn't.
He's probably thinking like, what do I need it? I'm
But
inside
that's
a
why, like,
military hangar.
but I'm laughing that, like, they're like, oh, he threw a rock and it hit someone in the head in a fucking building with 26 like military
Right.
people in there, and there's not one single gun, and not one person can like even shoot a gun
Disarm
in the
or-
air or something to like
Yeah.
warn this guy that we're gonna freaking shoot you if you don't leave. I mean, this is the most bizarre thing I have ever read. I'm like, I mean, how did, like, you would think that if you go on a military base, you're gonna get shot up either way. Like, you
Right.
don't-
Like to
what the
do something this
fuck?
crazy, like nobody would be I don't think anybody would feel bad if this guy got shot and killed. You know what I'm saying? Because he's got a freaking sword. It's understandable that
I
this guy.
mean, it would be understandable if he got shot.
Yeah.
It like you don't go on a
I mean, yeah, you
military base late at night with a fucking
With a
sword.
f-
I
Yeah.
don't get it. I don't understand. Let's see.
I mean, if they were fearing for their own safety, I think
this gets
that
better.
looks bad.
The ninja did not obey the deputy's orders. I'm sorry, but that sounds so funny. It's like this ninja's so fucking badass. Like he just took on the entire military and then told the fucking deputies to shut the fuck up too. Police officers located the ninja suspects on a nearby road, but the man refused to follow commands and brandished the sword at the deputies. Okay, now we know the deputies must have had guns, right?
Yeah.
The sheriff's office said projectile rounds were used, but were ineffective.
What the hell?
What? Instead, the man ran. When deputies used a taser on him, he dropped the sword, and deputies were able to take him into custody. Okay, he was identified as Gino Rivera, 35. Rivera was arrested for attempting homicide, assault with deadly weapon, brandishing a weapon with intent to resist or prevent an arrest, along with the vandalism and obstruction of delay a peace officer in the performance of their duties. The sheriff's office said, okay, well, I mean, I'm glad that he got arrested, but this story is next level. What the
Never
fuck?
heard anything like this. This is definitely
I thought you'd get a
one
kick
for
out
the
of this.
books. Yeah.
Leonard S, thank you so much for the 5, says when Joey says highly unlikely, he means very likely. Joey speaks Bidenese. That's true. It's true. You don't know what the hell he's saying half the time. John Burns for Tooney says Ninja Attack starring Seth Rogen coming soon. No, not Seth Rogen. Anyone but him. I knew you were just saying that to tease me, John Burns. Incel Ninja. Reality has become an 80s kung fu movie. This dude was, I mean, what the hell? Like,
yeah, what's the story?
I mean, he probably has mental illness.
He has
Rob
to,
Biller, 499, says, don't underestimate Joey's abilities to F things up. Barack Obama. That's true.
It's reported that he said that. I could see Obama saying something like that.
I could see it too. Have you seen that picture
Biden.
that I posted online where he's like, everyone wants to have sex with me, and Obama's sitting there like this, and he's like, that's not what fuck Joe Biden means.
I didn't see that.
No. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5, says, I miss something. We miss everything, Joe. What? We're stormtroopers. We miss everything. Fuck off. I think you're missing my point, Joe. That's good. That's good, John Burns. Stormtroopers do miss everything. Ruth Saunders, thank you so much for the 5, says most military don't carry weapons. You have to call SPMPs. Oh,
Wow.
okay. See, I didn't know that. I'm not a military.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
person.
we have some psycho with a katana outside. Like,
I mean, I'm just kind of like a little shocked that they all went into this like bunker place with their sergeant and everything, and no one had a gun. Like, not a single person.
yeah, that just doesn't seem right.
It doesn't seem it seems weird. Like you would think that there
Yeah.
would be at least one gun.
Something.
on an American military base. Come
Right.
on. I don't know.
Maybe that's just a presumption we have because you think you think of the movies. I don't know. Just maybe they don't want everybody having a gun. I don't know. Maybe they only want you having a gun if you're in Afghanistan or somewhere over there, right?
It's weird. What's an SPMP? You have to call an like, what is that? Do you know?
I'm imagining it's probably higher up, called the SPMPs. I'm not sure.
I don't know what that is. Sergeant. I don't know. Oh, military police. Okay.
Okay. There you go.
That makes sense.
I mean, I guess who expects a military base to be attacked though either?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
but I mean, I just expect at least there to be one gun wielding person on the base. Like, okay, granted, these people were like pilots and they were in pilot training.
Sure.
But I mean, it's still the military. It's the American military. It's not even like it's Canadian military. So if this happened in Canada, I'd be like, of course it did, because it's the Canadian military. But this is the American military, man. What the fuck? There's no excuse. Restellar, thank you so much for the $2. Says COVID-19 death tyranny news, healthimpactnews.com. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you. All right. Let's see. There was another thing I wanted to talk to you about. Oh yeah, the creepy Biden stage. So such a creepy administration. Biden's illusory White House set leaves viewers shocked and confused. Did you see this?
I've seen it, yeah.
What the hell's up with this?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. I've never seen, I'm sure Biden's probably not the first one to talk on a stage like this, but I don't know.
I've been seeing a lot more of it though recently. Like they had him on a stage getting that vax too, like the booster shot or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, why is he on a stage? Like, is this such a fake administration now that they're like, we're just gonna put everything on a stage because this is all a play. So we might as well. I don't know.
Well, they let you in on it too. They show you that it's a stage.
Which is
that there's
weird.
Nothing, that these windows are just, projection behind, like they're not real.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is. I don't know.
Gafford's dog says MP's multiple penetration.
That's
okay.
Not it.
Good to know. That's good to know. I legit looked at that. I was like, what? America is like filmed live before a studio audience. Yeah, that's true. What did you say, John?
Oh, somebody said it looks like a bunker set.
It looks weird. Okay, so
it looks weird for sure.
The article goes on to say, President Joe Biden's White House set from where he has frequently addressed the nation has been leaving critics cringing at how cheap it looks and wondering why it's needed in the first place. I don't understand why it's needed. I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Why not just hold these meetings in a real room instead of a stage?
Which is weird because this goes into that a little bit. As Biden spoke to the nation on Wednesday and pushed his Build Back Better agenda, which, by the way, what the fuck is going on with Boris Johnson putting those really cringy pictures all over fucking Twitter going like, build back better, build back better.
Well, that was his phrase, right? Like
the fuck is wrong with him?
Their thing.
Was it?
Yeah.
So Joe Biden stole it from them?
He steals everything. This guy's he's a plagiarist.
Oh my God, I did not know he stole that from Boris Johnson. That's hilarious.
That's the reason why he lost the 88 election or had to bow out.
Well, I knew that, but I didn't know the new slogan was Boris Johnson's slogan because I was like, is
people
Boris
are pointing
Johnson
that stuff
sucking Biden's dick so hard now? Like, why is he saying this over and over again?
No, I mean, that again, it kind of goes back to this idea like Biden's a globalist too. He's ripping off these other people's agendas or this other, but I think it's a bigger thing. It's a bigger plan.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But people pointed that out once he came out with the Build Back Better thing. And they're like, yeah, this has been not only Boris Johnson, but other people, like it's been used before in the same way.
Not original.
Yeah, I mean, Trump, this is my, instead of MAGA, I'm MAFA, make America free again. But make America great again was used by Reagan, and Trump just, he made it his own thing.
Right.
So it's not completely uncommon.
Biden sat on Wednesday, when he's pushing his bullshit Build Back Better agenda, viewers became distracted by his surroundings. The president was not sitting in the West Wing, but rather in a set of his team's construction for a video conference and interviews. Biden sat at the desk with American flag to one side of him and a window that appeared to lead to the White House Rose Garden on the other. One would also assume that the garden's blooming at the moment, except in a digital projection on the window, which has been changed out in the past. A few found themselves convinced. The set was constructed across the street from the actual White House in the exclusive office building, in the executive office building. Breitbart's White House correspondent Charlie Spearing explained, only to inspire even more questions about the bizarre set. So this is the digital projections that the constructor across the street from the actual executive. Isn't that like a waste of just money? Like, why would you just design a fucking stage for no reason?
Yeah.
So yeah, why is this necessary?
Right.
No one knows. Such a creepy administration. It is. What is this? Tim Pool wants to know.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a little while now. Like, I've seen
weird.
this. Yeah.
Did you hear Gary's going to be on the Timcast?
Yeah, I did. That's cool.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah. Yeah, I retweeted it.
I think that's pretty awesome.
Have to tune in for that one for sure.
Definitely. October 15th.
Mark it on your calendars.
Yeah. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5. Says, the woman Picard is speaking to in your Star Trek video club reminded me of Greta Thunberg. I question your loyalty. How dare you? Yeah, it's true. That lady was Greta. Did you see her new clip when she was like, blah, 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 and she's got like her mask on her microphone?
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh my God. That girl.
How dare you?
My gosh.
She's just awful. Rudy, thank you so much for the 10. Says you check your gun in and out of the armory when you're not using it. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
In their situation, do we risk injury to us or him or just call cops and chill? It's crazy civilian. Story sounds slanted. Oh, see, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Because the armory has the guns. Not like people don't just carry guns around with them, I guess, on the military base. I mean, they should. It's the military, I think.
I mean, I guess it makes, I don't know.
But I think it kind of makes sense a little bit.
I mean, I'm sure if you're in basic training, like you see Full Metal Jacket, where they have their guns, like I don't know if they're under their bed or wherever they keep them, but it seems like they're constantly with them.
I mean, I guess
that's
maybe
basic training.
I think maybe I've just played way
Even
too
then,
many
it might be
video
different.
games.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck, I can. I mean, I've played like Call of Duty and Battlefront and like all these war games, and there's always guns around on military bases. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, though, and sure, even though they're military personnel, but I mean, some of these people might be newbies. I mean, it's like the more time
they
people
were
have
on a training session, like they were newbies.
Yeah, so it's like, how much do you want people carrying around guns that don't have that much experience with guns? Or
yeah.
I mean, it could present a whole host of problems. So I mean, I guess it's understandable. They obviously have.
I can see that
they've got guns. It's just they
didn't probably have it on them or near them. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rudy, for answering that, because I know Rudy's a vet. So thank you so much. John Burns, thank you so much for the 2. It's still funny though, because I don't know. It's like reality stranger than fiction sometimes. And then like,
story.
Like you read like shit like that and you're like, what is this? And then they like tried to stop him and he like escaped. Like
he actually cut the one dude. Like that's, Could you imagine like your army sergeant running into a bunker, or you just see him like, he's got like slashed. He just got slashed with a sword. He's bleeding. There's some guy with there's a freaking ninja out there. Like,
and the
shut
guy,
up, man.
Yeah, the guy's question too. He's like, imagine being the dude like smoking the cigarette, and like some dude in a fucking katana comes up to you and is like, "Do you know who I am?" And the guy's like, "What the
Is this a
fuck?" And you're
joke?
like, "Do you know where my family is?" I mean,
He
this guy
probably
must have
thought
been on
somebody was
drugs.
joking with it. He probably thought it was like somebody on base
Probably set him up. Yeah,
was just joking with him or something. Like this was a prank, and
it
then
had
he
to
actually
have
gets
been.
cut, and he's like, "Holy shit!"
The
Yeah,
fuck?
because you got to be thinking like if you're on a military base, like I don't know, like what are the odds of something like that? You know, you would think that's like the safest place to be, probably.
It's so crazy. John Burns, thank you so much for the tune. He says the British say, "Let's make America great Britain again." That's true.
That's funny.
That's what's going on. Oh my goodness, America the Free. Thank you so much for the $50. Wow, so
Appreciate 'em.
generous of you. Says love you both. Well, we love you too.
Hey,
Thank
we
you
love you, man.
so much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Really, really appreciate you, man. Thank you. And then we had another super chat. Again, thank you so much, America the Free. My goodness. For $4.99, Rob Biller says, reported at Fox News, the set is for Biden to use teleprompter without it reflecting in the real window because he has to use it for everything.
That seems like a pretty good explanation.
That's funny.
Actually.
That kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I guess if you can have no natural sunlight coming through the window, then you don't have that problem. So
Rudy says training, you don't use live ammo. That's probably a good bet.
yeah,
It's probably a
that
good
makes
bet.
sense.
You don't want any friendly fires happening all the time. I'm gonna keep this one highlighted for a bit. Thank you so much.
Sticks Robstar says they don't have guns on base because 7,000 soldiers have died in combat since 9/11. 30,000 have died by suicide, mostly by firearms. So,
oh my goodness,
yeah, it's terrible. That's a lot.
That's crazy. Wow. So Biden is a vampire, maybe. Maybe. You
I
never
wouldn't
know.
put it past him.
I saw a crazy new vampire story, by the way. Kind of. Well, I think it is. It's called Midnight Mass on Netflix. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't.
I think you're gonna hate it.
Okay.
Because it's very I don't want to say anti-Christian, but it kind of is anti-Christian in a way. Kind of. It's weird. It's a weird show. It's by the same guy that made The Haunting of Hill House and The Haunting of Bly Manor.
Okay.
And I really like those. This show was really weird. It was a really weird show. I did like it because it was like a really interesting take on what would happen if a vampire came into some. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking because Galford Dog just told me not spoil.
Don't
anything.
spoil anything. Okay.
Okay, I won't spoil it. But it was really interesting. It was a very interesting take on things. I enjoyed it quite a bit. The last episode was a little weird, but it was cool. It was a cool story. I don't know. It was one of those stories where like it makes you really question some of your beliefs, whether like whatever kind of religion it's a very faith oriented series. It was really
well. If I ever get Netflix again, if Netflix ever takes Cuties, still
it's never happening.
Still, you know, I made.
Are you still haven't watched Cobra Kai season 3 either,
no,
right?
No, I said I was freaking boycotting until they take Cuties off, and I meant it.
I know you did. You're the only one.
You're the only one. If I am over somebody's house and they have, that's different. I said I would not pay them, so it's like I'm
more like pedoflix. Am I right? Shit.
Right. So I'm just gonna stick to the technicality of the of my my I don't know what you want to call it, agreement that I made, or that I told everybody my vow or whatever. I
You're a
have.
man
I've
of your
stuck to it.
word. You're a man of your word.
So
I admire that. There, Samantha says, "Stay strong."
thank you, Samantha. I'll
And
do my
Deranged
best.
Lunatic sends us
Hey,
a
what's up,
super
Deranged?
sticker as well. Thank you so much for that. It's a rose. It's Teresa's cousin. Thank you.
Oh, cool.
I
guess there's a new series out there called, what is it called? Squid something or another? Like it's really big. It's the new hit.
Which one? Squid? I've never heard of that.
Here, I'll figure it out.
Joker Voice is considering, according to one theory, that Dracula was actually Judas, and how Christian icons across holy water, etc., are used to ward off vampires. Doesn't surprise me. That's interesting. I didn't know that Dracula was compared to Judas, but that's interesting.
Okay, it's called Squid Game. That's like the new,
Squid Game.
Yeah.
What is it exactly?
Let me see if I can find a quick explanation of it. Hundreds of cash-strapped players accept a strange invitation to compete in children's games. Inside, tempting prize awaits with deadly high stakes.
Ooh.
My brother told me about it.
Did he like it?
It sounds like I guess he's been watching it.
It's apparently very Asian.
Yeah. People are raving about it though. Or, it's like the new kind of the new big thing. So
I did see it I did see it pop up in my suggestions. Okay, well if it's good, I'll watch it. I'll check it out. Why not?
It sounds entertaining. It sounds like a Hunger Games meets, I don't know, something else.
Looks entertaining to me. I'm down.
Yeah.
Looks entertaining and not woke.
I recently watched last night. This was I don't typically watch horror films. Did you ever watch Midsummer?
I think, is that the one about the fucking cult?
Yeah.
No. But I know exactly what it is.
Oh my gosh.
No, I didn't. You know what? No, I didn't. And I didn't on purpose because I was like, I'm not watching this fucking shit.
Yeah, you might not want to watch it.
No.
It is. I typically don't watch horror films, but it was a movie when it came out. I'm like, man, it just looks different. And it is different.
Did you like it?
I don't know if like is the word. I would say it's definitely like very artfully and craftily done. It's a extremely slow burn, but I think it works in a kind of like suspensefully,
I heard it was fucking awful.
Yeah, it's weird because I was looking at the reviews and it's very polarizing. Like people either like absolutely loved it or hated it. I think it's in terms of horror, because for me, like jump scares and all of that basic stuff when it comes to horror, don't get me wrong, like that, I think that is essential, but this is like just more scary and horrifying on a different type of level.
Like psychological? Because I like psychological horror.
Yeah.
But I'm not watching this movie. Wait, what is this movie called again?
Midsommar.
Yeah, Midsommar. Yeah, I remember. I think the reason that I didn't watch it though is because of, what was it? Because I think it was because of the guy who directed it or something. I remember like watching something else from him.
Yeah. I haven't seen. I might actually check out Hereditary after seeing this film.
I remember seeing something from him that I was like, I'm never watching your movie.
It was probably Hereditary, because Hereditary was his first film. I haven't seen it yet, but I know as I was watching reviews and other things, they were talking about that film.
Maybe.
But yeah, this film was just like,
no, I haven't seen Hereditary, and I've actually really wanted to see it. I've wanted to see Hereditary for a long time. I think I might watch that this Halloween. That looks good. Because it looks really freaky. I don't know what it was that I didn't watch it. Lawrence Pugh is in it. Or Florence Pugh or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
I think that's how she got famous.
Probably.
Was this
Yeah.
movie?
I don't think she was extremely well known before. I mean, it's an independent film by A24, but I mean, it's really like I think it's really
It's based on a true story, though, right?
no,
It's not. I
no.
thought it's based on that true story of that fucking shit that went down in not Waco, but the weird cult people that like gathered in that place. God, what was it?
No, no. This is not. If this is a true story, this is. I mean, it's extremely horrifying. Then,
I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm gonna see if it's.
Maybe I'm mixing it up with something
I
else.
think you are. Yeah.
I'm probably mixing it up with something
But
else.
gosh, this is like, I mean, I definitely think The Witch was, The Witch was,
I still have to watch that.
You haven't, oh, that's right. You haven't seen that. Yeah, that's kind of another slow burn too. I even think this film was even more just like.
Yeah, but you told me to watch The Witch, and I'm going to watch it. Actually, I'm.
I mean, if you can,
I'm gonna watch it this Halloween. It's gonna happen. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5. Joe Malazzi had an interesting question about English voice actors changing concept of characters in this show. Okay. You're gonna have to tell me about more of that. Gary Thomas says, thank you so much for the 2. Said Squid Games equals 2021 Battle Royale plus Lord of the Flies. Ooh,
okay.
That sounds good. Sounds really good. Jay Crispin says new TV shows, the thumbs down. Well, some of them are good. Some of them are okay. You have to find like, rare ones like Dark from Netflix or like, different ones. I think the Squid Game one's supposed to be from Netflix too. I don't know. I think like there's like rare occasions and you find that you find good ones. I can't remember anything on the top of my head right now other than Dark. But
yeah, Dark.
Well, I mean, Midnight Mass was pretty good. I like Midnight Mass. I mean, I liked it because I'm weird and I like psychological horror and I like thinking about life after death and faith and like the theological questions and like I like those kind of things. So if you like that kind of stuff, you probably like Midnight Mass. It was pretty good. John Burns, thank you so much for the 5. Says I linked a reply from Joe to you on Twitter. Okay, I'll have to check that out. A woman points out how English voice actors translation was changing the characters being voiced. Okay, I'll have to check that out later. Thank you, John. America the Free, thank you so much for another $10. Says make America free again. Awesome, John. He's got another shirt too, America the Free. He put what was it? Let's Go Brandon on it.
Yeah, and I got another one, Resist. I wore it on a live stream I did last week, I think. Yeah.
Can you put your link for your shirts in the chat again so people
sure.
can buy it?
Yeah.
Okay, John Burns, thank you so much for the toonie. Says at John, Babylon 5 reboot, your thoughts. I don't think he's ever seen Babylon 5.
No, that's definitely Nina's. I think it's more Nina's territory for sure.
Yeah, I, however, have loved Babylon 5 for many years, and I think it's bullshit. Stay the fuck away from Babylon 5, you pieces of shit. I hate all of you. Yeah. You need to watch Babylon 5, dude. It's so good.
Okay.
So good. Babylon 5 and Farscape. Man, I'm getting into Farscape now. I'm in with Farscape. I just finished the first season.
Oh, okay. What's that about?
Farscape?
Yeah.
It's like another like I think the first season was in 1999 and it's like space and it's like a space crew doing certain things. It's this one guy, basically like the main character. His name's John, actually, John Crichton. He gets sucked into a wormhole and he goes into like he goes into somewhere else in space, and then he has to find his way home, and he runs into like this crazy group of people that he has to figure out like how to get there and everything like that. And they use like Jim Henson puppets, and it's so fucking good.
Sounds crazy, but good.
It's good. It's very, very entertaining. Wait, what were you looking up right now?
Oh, I was just looking at the sales for Let's Go Brandon. It was actually pretty good. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, more than I thought there would be. I put it on the community tab, but even just recently. So if anybody bought them in the chat, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Was not expecting if you ever if anybody tries to sell shirts and stuff, it's definitely you come to find like it's very like you don't necessarily make a ton off of them, and it's not one of those things you expect to make a lot off of.
They never accepted my line of fuck yous.
Oh, on Teespring.
Yeah, they banned me on several of those sites. They were like, no. And
yeah, that might be
so many because I put like fuck COVID like in the thing. And it was like there's so many that had come out. Like different people had like different designs for it that had like said the same thing. And I'm like, why would you reject mine? Like, I don't understand. You already have it.
Yeah, probably Teespring. Yeah, you probably couldn't do that. Some of the major ones I'm trying to think
very
of.
fucking upsetting. I was
like,
what?
You would have to go with you make a t-shirt and says like F their brand and send it to them.
Yeah. I would too. I would do it.
I think COVID's like it's just even more of like a touchy thing where
they had other ones, John,
for their brand.
Yes. And I was like,
really?
Well, like from other sellers. And I was like, why are you holding the Persian woman down?
That's bizarre.
Is bullshit. That was very annoying.
That's too bad.
There's several of the websites too. They had like different designs, and I was like, mine's just like simple. Like, who cares? But I don't know. For some reason, they're just sexist.
Yeah. Well, I had TeePublic. I was on TeePublic, and this was when I was doing Star Wars stuff, and somebody reported my merch, and my whole store got taken down.
Well, that's what happened to Drunk 3PO too.
Yeah. They don't play around.
Says Babylon 5 was created by J. Michael Straczynski. He's in charge of the reboot. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't care that he's in charge of the reboot. He shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't do it. I think that he should have just, I don't know why he wants to do this. This is so stupid. The show is so good as it is. It's like just let it be what it is. Most of the cast have like passed away. If you want to watch it, you're gonna go watch it. It's on HBO. Like, you don't have to fucking reboot it, man. I'm so sick of this mentality that you just have to reboot everything for new audiences. It's like, why can't you just introduce them to old things so that they can appreciate new versus the old? Like, you don't have to fucking remake everything. I'm so sick of it.
Just create something, just create something original, for crying out loud, please.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why he did it. I mean, he must be hurting for money or something. I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah. So everybody check out John's store. Yes, Babylon 5 is complete as is. Stop fucking with it. I'm so annoyed. Agent One says we have a 200 like high.
Awesome.
That's amazing.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you guys all so much. I wanted to, this is the other article that I wanted to share, but I mean, we've already kind of talked about this, so we don't have to talk much about it. But yeah, this was Vaccination MPA star Andrew Wiggins receives COVID vaccine after having religious exemption requested rejected. Golden State Warriors star Andrew Wiggins has received a vaccine against COVID-19, according to his coach, Steve Kerr, after having his request for an exemption due to religious reasons refused by NBA authorities. With just 2 weeks remaining until the start of the new NBA season, Wiggins was among the most notable holdouts who had yet to receive the vaccine against the virus and had previously told U.S. media that he would not take the shot unless he was forced to, doubling down on the statements at the media event last week. Back is definitely against the wall, but I'm just going to keep fighting for what I believe, Wiggins said at the time. I'm going to keep fighting for what I believe is right. What's right to one person isn't to another, and vice versa, and that's very true. Shortly after those particular comments, it seems that some arm twisting has ensued. Andrew got vaccinated. Kerr announced to reporters on Sunday. He just told me today that he was fine with us acknowledging it, and that we will be, and that will be the end of it. So I'm not going to answer any questions beyond that. The confirmation of Wiggins' vaccination comes after the league announced protocols for unvaccinated players in advance to the forthcoming season, in addition to local mandates in California and New York, which, as they stand, would prohibit unvaccinated players from the New York Knicks, Brooklyn Nets, and Golden State Warriors from playing home games for their team. That's fucked up. Under those terms, relevant players will have to show documented proof that they have received at least one dose of the vaccine before being permitted to play. In addition, unvaccinated players who miss game time will be denied their game paychecks. If the league is facing some accusations of strong arming players into falling in line with the vaccine advocacy, it seems to be working. At the start of the NBA training camps, it was reported that around 90% of NBA players had been vaccinated against COVID-19, a figure which has risen to 95% by the end of the camp. Good, hoping whatever worked to convince him they can replicate to everyone else, wrote sports media member Doug Russell in a reaction to the news. Go fuck yourself, Doug Russell. Some others weren't so keen. Peer pressure is horrible. Wrote one. Exactly. Mandates work. I hope all workplaces mandate the vaccine. Go fuck yourself, whoever said this. Yeah, that's it. That's the other thing. So he's not very happy about it. I heard from other places that he was just not happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, why should he be? They basically strong-armed him into a situation where, you know, we're going to take away your livelihood if you don't do this. Mm-hmm. Like even the NBA, they're not exempt.
No.
Hollywood's going to be the same thing eventually. Everybody's going to have to get the shot.
That's what we're reading right now. I mean, the article that we were reading about the vaccine wars.
Yeah, it's eventually getting there where they're going to mandate it there.
I mean,
they're going to mandate it everywhere.
They're making the people that are around them like pariahs. So of course they're going to give in at some point. They're going to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to get. It's just human nature. You're not going to want to be a pariah for the rest of your life. People want to belong. You know, of course they're going to get vaccinated.
If you got money, I mean, some of those people have money. They could actually afford to be if they wanted to.
That's true.
But
but
not everybody can, and that's the shame of it.
Yeah. Reseller, thank you so much for the 10. Says Nina John, no bullshit. Trump greenlit COVID-19 in 2019 by signing Executive Order 13887, aka Crimson Contagion, followed by 2 executive orders in 03/18/2020 under both Stafford and NEA search for them. Is that like the Operation Warp Speed thing? Because I mean, I understand that Trump basically fast-paced the vaccines and everything like that. Here's the thing about
COVID-19 though.
Oh,
2019.
What?
I don't know if he's talking about.
I think you're talking about
Wuhan.
The vaccine. What? COVID-19.
Let me see.
I don't know what executive.
I'm searching it right now.
Okay. Please do. I do know that about here's the thing about the vaccine thing with Trump, though. At least he wanted to look into alternatives. He was like, you know, at least we should check out anything that works. Hydroxychloroquine, sure. Let's check it out. Whatever. Like he was like, let's figure it out.
Yeah, let's give people an array of choice. You know?
Yeah, and that like even though I didn't like the idea of him getting the vaccine and pushing it and stuff, at least he gave alternatives, which I did like.
Okay, modernizing influenza vaccines in the United States to promote national security and public health. That's Executive Order 13.
Modernizing influenza vaccines in the United. Okay. Influenza vaccines are kind of like the flu shot, though, right?
Well, it's not here. Let's see. Influenza viruses are constantly changing as they circulate globally in humans and animals. This is pretty... Talk about the timing of it, because this was September 19th. Relatively minor changes in these viruses cause annual seasonal influenza outbreaks, which result in millions of illnesses, hundreds of thousands of hospitalizations, tens of thousands of deaths each year in the United States. Periodically, new influenza A viruses emerge from animals, including birds and pigs. They can spread efficiently and have sustained transmission among humans. This situation is called an influenza pandemic. I don't know why they put it in parentheses here. Pandemic.
I must have edited it.
Yeah. Unlike seasonal influenza, a pandemic has the potential to spread rapidly around the globe, infect higher numbers of people, and cause high rates of illness and death in populations that lack prior immunity. While it's not possible to predict when or how frequently a pandemic may occur, maybe, I don't know, about 4 months later, there have been 4 pandemics in the last 100 years. The most devastating pandemic occurred in 1918 to 1919 and is estimated to have killed more than 50 million people worldwide, including 675,000 Americans.
Wasn't it the first case of COVID was tracked to like Los Angeles or like Washington or something like that in like September 2019?
In the States, maybe, but I don't think it was it was first discovered in China. And I think
in the States.
I think it was 2020 when it was officially discovered in the States. I think it was like January, maybe.
Oh, okay. I read it was like something like September, October 2019 or something. But it's been a while, so I don't really remember. That's interesting though. I did see this other thing today that I was like, the mainstream media is like talking about this. From the Telegraph, scientists from Wuhan and the US were planning to create new coronaviruses that did not exist in nature. It has emerged. Proposals show they plan to combine the genetic codes of the viruses. Leaked documents of a grant application submitted to the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, DARPA, reveal that the international team of scientists planning to mix genetic data of closely related strains. Good idea. Really good idea. And grow complete new virus. And grow completely new viruses. They're basically playing God.
Yeah, is anybody going to be held accountable?
No.
Like, are we going to hold China or whoever is responsible for this accountable?
Nobody's being held accountable. Genetic experts working with the World Health Organization said that if SARS-CoV-2 had been produced in this way, it would explain why a close match has never been found in nature. So far, the closest nature-occurring virus to SARS-CoV-2 is a strain called Banal 52, which was reported from Laos last month. The DARPA proposals show the team had planned to take sequences from naturally occurring coronaviruses and use them to create brand new sequence. The grant application submitted in 2018 states, we will compile sequences, RNA sequence data from panel of closely related strains and compare full-length genomes. Although the grant proposal was rejected in 2018, the Wuhan database of viral strains was taken offline prior to the COVID outbreak of some 18 months later. This means it is impossible to check which viruses the team was working on or had created. Dun, dun, dun. Of course it does. So yeah, read more about the proposal. But this is straight up from this fucking Telegraph that they're coming out with now. Which is interesting because I mean we've known about this. We've talked about Event 201. We've talked about all this stuff. We know that Fauci lied to Congress.
Yeah. Bill Gates, of course, he's behind 201, Event 201. Fauci,
he was trending today too. Did you see that he was trending about some shit he said about population control in 2010?
Yeah, I saw that. The way it was phrased, they're basically saying that he didn't say exactly that or whatever. It was kind of misleading because I checked it out,
but why even bring him up now? It's like all these weird things are happening. By the way, which
there's definitely I'm definitely saying like he's you know, there's
Yeah,
something
I
extremely
know.
weird about that guy.
I know, but it's like all these weird things happen like almost at the same time, John. So like yesterday we had the Facebook fucking weird
Project
Instagram,
Veritas.
Facebook. Yeah, like
around that.
Project Veritas dropped today, but Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, they all go down. So like social media basically goes down. Twitter was having
that was
problems.
around the time. I don't know when Project Veritas dropped their video on Facebook, but they dropped their video, part 4 on Facebook. And I don't know if it was around the same time or not. But I tried sharing that video on Facebook and they blocked me, or they took it off.
Of course they would.
And then they threatened to restrict my account and said, if you do this again, you'll be. It's like, whoopty freaking do. It's Facebook.
Dude, Carrie Smith has been posting quotes from historical figures and they've been banning it. They banned her. They suspended her account
because psycho.
Because she fucking quoted like somebody from Nazi Germany, like about Nazi Germany, and like some historical quote, and they banned her. I was like, I mean, this is Facebook.
I mean, Facebook compared to YouTube, like YouTube, it's like Facebook's like Australia.
Yeah, it's like true. It's true.
It's ridiculous.
We think YouTube's bad. Facebook is like Australia. So all that stuff happens. Then you had the whistleblower lady. Like she was like, I'm blowing the whistle on Facebook, and they're weird Instagram models and blah blah blah. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bitch?
Basically, she's saying like that Facebook, this is a health concern. And somebody, Don Lemon or somebody had seen it, and I think said they're having their big tobacco moment. It's like, is anybody shocked that these social media platforms, they run, their algorithms run on like what people will most likely be get mad about, or because that's what engagement is, though. It's like things that stoke emotion people click on. Boring stuff people don't. Like, I don't know if it's the way they design their algorithm or whatever, or if it's just a matter of like, it is these things that do stoke emotion that people naturally click on. Her whole thing didn't make any sense to me. It's like, of course they're going to do what's best for their bottom dollar. They want to keep you on the platform as long as possible. Nobody's shocked by that. Like, nobody is surprised by that. And quite frankly, this woman, whoever she is, I know she used to work for Facebook. It's like, I don't give a shit about you. I don't give a shit about anything you're saying here. You're not telling us anything new. This isn't groundbreaking. And quite frankly, I think you're just in it for the clout,
a lot of people are saying like it's basically she's like an MSM mole, basically. Like she's like doing it, like they basically planted her.
Very possible. I mean,
I think it's very, very likely that took place.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for something else, but Reese Steller says, no, Nina, John, Crimson Contagion is not warp speed, but it's what started COVID-19, followed by Bill Gates. Yeah, I knew about Event 201 and the Chinese release of COVID-19 in November. That's interesting. I did not know about that. That specific one. This one that you're talking about, 13887. I didn't know.
I mean, the timing of that is
sus.
Should raise eyebrows. There's definitely something going on.
Illegal immigrants are exempt. Yeah, that's because they're not staying there long.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of these jab companies, like there's things going on behind the scenes in terms of
and we can't talk about any of it because if we do, then Mama Susan's gonna get mad at us.
Yep.
Citizen 333, hello, good to see you. Zelina, hello, good to see you. John,
hey, what's up, Zelina?
Had a question for you. John, have you seen any of the Foundation series?
No, I haven't.
I haven't either. I want to, though. I do want to check that out. John, is it good? John Burns, is it good? Have you seen it? I heard that. I mean, it's not that bad. Spoke with my GP about problems with the vaccination and based on gender, no differences in adults, but teenage boys reported far higher rates of side effects than females. That's true. That's true. Blood clots, microcalysis, or whatever the fuck that shit's called. John Burns also for another 5. Thank you so much, John. Says refrigerators were installed in homes in 1923. Before then, they were huge and had a big issue with blowing up due to the gases being used. That's interesting. I did not know that.
Did you?
I think I have a good clip for this. I do.
Do you want to watch? JP's video?
Okay, yeah. John Burns, thank you so much for the 2. So scientists, P. Bankman, dogs and cats living together.
It's a quote from Ghostbusters.
That's a recipe for disaster, isn't it?
Pandemonium. Something to that effect. It's pretty funny scene.
I'm gonna have to check that out, John. Thank you for reminding me that it's out. Yeah, let's watch this, and then should we watch that rap video too?
If you want to, sure.
Okay. Here's JP Sears. I love him. He's my hero.
What are you doing? Here to do a little swimming. You gotta wear a life jacket or else you can't come in. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Life jackets are mandatory. Mandatory to wear a life jacket when you swim? And when you're not swimming, too. Why? Cases of people getting wet are going through the roof. It's a scary time. Put it on. But that doesn't mean they're drowning. People get wet every day. It's part of life. 0.0001182% of all people drown each year. That's practically everybody. So put on a life jacket. That doesn't make any logical sense. I'm not putting one on. I know how to swim. I've had swimming lessons. Oh, swimming lessons? You think those exist? So what, you just think your body has this natural ability to traverse through water in a way that keeps your head up so you can still breathe? Yeah, it's called swimming. Never heard of it. Flotation devices are backed by science. You don't believe in science? I do. It's just, I know how to swim. You're kind of being racist right now. What? Look how his life jacket is keeping him from drowning. He's just standing in shallow water. Put a life jacket on now. You're putting everyone at risk of drowning. How am I putting everyone at risk? Their life jackets won't work unless you have one on. Does his life jacket work? Yes, very well. Then why would he need me to wear a life jacket when his life jacket already works? We have to protect the protected swimmers from the unprotected swimmers. But aren't they already protected? Yes. Very well protected. So they should be fine. They would be, except they're not very well protected because of you. Look, you gotta put one on or you can't go in. This feels creepy. So where would I get one? Oh, I'm selling them right here. You're selling life jackets? Yes, of course. So you're demanding that everyone wear a life jacket while you are selling life jackets? Yes, for their protection. And they have to buy the life jacket from you? Indeed. Don't you think that's a conflict of interest? No conflict of interest that I can think of. How much money
genius
this year for life jackets? $27 billion. Seems like you're more interested in making money than keeping people safe from it. You're an anti-science, anti-life jacket, climate change denier. With cases of people getting wet, I'm going to need you to buy a life jacket from me and put it on.
Oh no!
Or drinking water ever again. You're treating me like I'm the enemy. If you're concerned with people drowning, shouldn't you be treating water like it's the danger instead of treating me like I'm the danger? Your body's made up of 70% water, so you're basically a ticking time bomb.
I didn't see
you
this
are the
part.
last person I'd want to take direction from. You're so pushy; it's creeping me out. You're like the Harvey Weinstein of lifeguards. Thank you. But look. Just today, a man up the road died from drowning in a head-on collision car accident because he wasn't wearing his life jacket. Wouldn't he have died from the car accident? A bottle of water was found in the car. Counts as a water death. That doesn't make any sense. God works in mysterious ways, and there is no God, so you'll need to obey me. Oh my God, he's drowning! Help him! Sir, please get out of the pool and put this life jacket on. He can't get out, he's drowning! Grab the edge of the pool. It's right behind you. Just reach for it. No. That's not an approved method of protection against drowning. It's quite dangerous, actually. Just grab the edge. Do not do that. It's unapproved. For God's sake, just grab the edge. Could we censor him, please? For your protection, do not grab the edge. Help him, your lifeguard. Okay, I will. You should have put a life jacket on while you still had the chance. You're kind of getting what you deserve. Look what you did to him, you monster. This never would have happened if you had a life jacket on. Now put a life jacket on. Okay. Now that you're fully protected, enjoy your swim. I'll need to see proof that you're wearing a life jacket. Show me your papers.
I love him.
The light hitting my muscle from this angle make it look good.
So great.
Yeah. Great stuff. I'm just going to talk about, when I talk about, I'm just going to say life preserver companies.
See, I feel like I laughed more at JP Sears' videos than the Dave Chappelle special. I'm not even joking. London Fox 66 for $2 says, my uncle would hate this video so much. Why?
It makes too much sense. Maybe.
Does your uncle just not like lifeguards? I'm just joking.
Well, the funny thing about this video is I saw like the first 3 minutes that was on Twitter or whatever, and I shared it and I showed that around, but I didn't see the last.
Like, you didn't? I watch his whole videos like on his channel.
I did watch the what was it? Keep Your Mouth Shut one.
I've seen every single one. I love him. He's my hero right now.
He's a good guy.
Okay, here's another video that I came across today. Adam Krigler shared this, and I was like, this guy is fucking fire. I thought he was really good. Like, he was like spitting some facts. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Adam Krigler put on the Twitter version, but the guy has a YouTube channel. So I went to his YouTube channel and actually watched it from his YouTube channel. And I subscribed because I was like, you know what? That was fucking awesome. You earned my subscription. Okay, here it is. This guy Samson. It's already gotten a COVID-19 warning on here. Samson's opinion on COVID-19. So again, Mama YouTube, this is Samson's opinion on COVID-19. This is not ours. But I relate to his opinion a lot. So here it is.
Misinformation, stimulus payments, bitching and complaining. It pretty much sums up COVID-19 in a nutshell. Shit, I'm just saying. I already made a video about it, but I'm gonna make another one because my thoughts have changed. Because the more it plays out and the more it unfolds, the more that I think all of it is awfully strange. But I won't get into that, because if I do, this video is finna get flagged and get removed. Because if you ain't getting your information from the news, then forget it, because it isn't a fact, it isn't true. I looked at the stats and I'm like, Bobby bugging out. I know this is a subject we don't really know much about, but it makes you wonder when you get in the numbers and you do some digging of your own. But I'm not a doctor, so I should shut my mouth. But fuck that. I looked on WebMD, and you know they give it to you straight. They don't play games. You tell them that you got a little headache and you're feeling funny, look it up and you're like, holy shit, I have AIDS. Anyways, I was looking shit up and reading stuff, trying to see what I could find on the net. They said that the recovery rate is between 97 and 99.75%. 0.25 of the whole population is not that big. That's a small congregation. I show sympathy for the ones that were lost. I really do. But come on, let's have a talk. 3.5 is what they said in the beginning, but they should have shut their mouth before they tell you what they're thinking, because they started making guesses way too motherfucking early. Now they're talking on the circles like a record when it's spinning. It's probably even lower. Nobody knows the actual number of people that get infected in their cities because they're asymptomatic and they don't think that they have it, so they don't take the time to go and get tested, and it's shitty, I know. But take that figure and add it to the numbers that they're pumping up at the hospitals, and you'll have a way lower ratio than before. I mean, goddamn, this shit is fucking impossible. Fuck the media. No, really, I'm getting sick of it. You could get in a car crash and die on impact and still get COVID on your death certificate. I could choke on a piece of steak fat and suffocate to death on my fucking sofa. The coroner would look at his colleagues and be like, hey, watch this. Rona, hey! I'm stuck and there's no heading back. I don't give a fuck if you're Republican or Democrat. I got a lot to say about the shit we're going through, and I can't hold it down a sec. I got a stomach full of epicac. Ain't no hanging with your folks, pals, any friends. If you see them, better send the drones out, get them in. Shit is really turning so foul. Every gram feels a little, I don't know, totalitarian. We don't know what to believe. We don't know if what we're seeing is right or what we're reading is wrong. But there is one thing that I think us normal people can get together and agree upon. Fuck the celebrities. I mean, seriously, all of you are acting like goddamn heroes. Anybody can tell me to stay inside except Robert De Niro, fuck you, and Steph Curry too, Ben Stiller, and you too, Trevor Noah, untalented idiot that inherited the Daily Show, and if otherwise we would never know of. Send me a check for $500 a week, and then maybe we can talk about staying inside. But until then, I gotta go to work, cause we all got bills, and I don't see you paying mine. I'm not saying that it's not real, I'm not saying that at all. Chill, man, I don't know, I'm just really fucking starting to think that it's overblown like a tornado when it hits a fucking mobile home. No matter what unfolds in the upcoming months, and no matter what peril happens. Wait, I think I know who's behind all this.
Who?
Fucking Carol Baskin!
God damn it, I knew it! God damn it! Fuck yeah, I knew it!
I love the ending.
What the?
Made me think of Christy because she loves Carol Baskin. This guy's name is Samson. I see people asking in the chat who he is, so I'm gonna put his chat or his channel in the chat, and you guys can check him out. Samson. There he is.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I shared it, retweeted that on Twitter.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, he was good. I saw Adam Krigler tweeted that, and I was like, damn, this is fucking good shit. I haven't heard good rap like that in a long time. Yeah, I know, right? Carol Baskin. It totally reminded me of Christy. I was like, you need to watch this. I don't think she's seen it yet. She actually has the coof right now.
How's she doing? Is she doing okay?
She's doing all right, but
Okay.
she's okay, like, because she didn't get hospitalized and stuff like that, but she's struggling. A lot of people are struggling. I mean, sometimes it hits people really hard. It's like the weirdest thing. Like it hits some people really hard. It hit others not so much. Others like Dave Chappelle, actually, who he talks about that. Not so much. I love that part in this rap where he's like, fuck the celebrities. Yeah, fuck you guys. I think that's pretty much all I got going on. Unless I go down my Twitter feed and find more stuff to talk about. How you doing, John?
I'm doing fine. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, we can go a little bit longer if you want.
Okay.
Let me check my Twitter feed because I know.
This is Chris Sky. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you guys know, I've heard of me talking about Chris Sky for a long time. So he came out with this video today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're in an unprecedented situation in the world today. Canada has gone draconian with these mandates that they said would never happen. I'm here right now in London, Ontario. The people standing behind me are London, Ontario active duty police officers they're withholding their identity for obvious reasons. These brave men and women are part of a contingent of the London police force who have approached me and asked me to make an event on October 16th. Why? We need to come together as one. All police, all first responders, all private and public sector workers, and all freedom fighters from Ontario and even further. We're going to come together and we're going to have a massive event and a massive fundraiser, and we're going to acquire legal representation for these brave men and women to take legal action against our tyrannical government for these mandates. There is nowhere in the world where the police are showing the type of solidarity that they're showing with us today. And we have to step up. We have to get on the front lines with them. They are literally standing behind me, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm willing to stand in front of them. Are you willing to help us? This is an unprecedented situation. We need all hands on deck, and we can beat this together. Thank you.
So this guy's also my hero. I love Chris Sky. He's been arrested like, I don't know how many times. I think like at least 20 times in Canada.
Yeah, he called this shit out early on.
Oh, yeah.
What was that video? Like he called all of it out. And I'm like, yep, I think that's gonna.
He called it out when we called it out, John.
Yeah.
Like he called it out from like day one. I mean, some of us saw this stuff happen way earlier on. By the way, BK Panther, not Chrissy Mayer. My friend Christy, according to Christy, she goes by according to Christy. She's one of my fellow queens. That's what I was talking about, not Chrissy Mayer. But yes, Chrissy Mayer did also have COVID. But yeah, Chris Sky is amazing. And this dude's like, he's doing heroes work in Canada. He's standing up to like the most unjust bullshit, crazy stuff, constantly being arrested, constantly telling them to fuck right off. This is the guy who, like originally, like when they first started saying stuff in Canada about like, oh, you're not going to be able to get in without getting tested or whatever. Like if you're like traveling, like you have to test and blah, blah, blah. He told him to fuck right off. He would just like walk in and then he got arrested. Like he was like, fuck you, come get me. And then each time, like every time he got arrested, they had to let him go because it was unconstitutional to hold him for anything. Every time that he's gotten arrested, he's gotten let go. It's just fucking crazy, man. What he's done is crazy.
Yeah, he literally, it was like everything to a T. He knew exactly like how this whole thing was going to play out. And if I can find his original video, I'll share it.
I can probably find it. It's pretty easy. Let's see, Chris Guy. Chris.
I also got this clip of Stained. Oh, you know what's funny? Rage Against the Machine.
Oh yeah, that guy's such a tool now.
Is requiring vaccinations for his show.
Yeah.
Like, can anybody have respect for Rage Against the Machine anymore? Like, weren't you supposed to?
Raging Against the Machine became a bitch of the machine. Like, that makes no fucking sense.
Pretty much. It's like, wow, you guys are sellouts. I don't know. But anyway, Stained. I've got this clip here.
I didn't see this one. What is this?
Oh, are you sharing it right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. So yeah, this is the band Stained. That's loud too. I'm too old for that.
Oh my god, is he saying let's go Brandon on that?
Yeah. I mean, I won't go so far as to say like F you to the the people who voted for him, but I don't know, however many voted for him, but
that's awesome. Jedi Knight Lego Nina Infinity is infinitely cool. That's amazing. You should definitely check out all of John's channel and everybody else in the it's all in the description. He has 2 channels, one his main one, actually has 3, but they're all in the description, and follow him on Twitter so you know if he ever wait, actually you don't announce ever if you're live streaming. But still follow him on Twitter.
If you want to catch me when I do, yeah.
He posts funny stuff on Twitter sometimes, especially when it's like people hurting themselves. That used to happen a lot more often.
Yeah, now it's just all COVID stuff.
You should start posting more of people getting hurt. That was funny.
I probably should. Why
can't I find this Chris Guy video? Let's see. I can probably find it faster if I went to Google.
Yeah, I found another Chris Guy video I had on my timeline. Oh, this is where he's talking. I don't even think we can share this. This might not be shareable. He talks about white blood cell counts.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't play
that.
Yeah, the one I just found like one like, oh my god, the media hates him so much. Like anti-vaxxer accused of threatening Doug Ford and others. They hate him so much.
That's the other thing. When you see how hard they come out against, somebody like him, and they start using terms like anti-vaxxer and all this,
they hate him. They fucking hate Chris Guy. Like,
yeah.
I mean, this guy's been telling people to fuck right off from day one. Oh, there it is. I think I found it.
Yeah, this was back. Gosh,
full
how
interview.
Early was this?
October 2020.
Yeah, this was like a year ago.
It's in Vancouver.
Yeah, this was a whole year ago. But this guy was spot on. Right when he started talking, I'm just like, man.
Do we want to watch the whole thing? I think we can
How
watch this.
long?
It's 4.5 or 5 minutes basically, but we can start. We can start it.
Yeah,
and
we
if
can
it's-
just find. Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it's at. And
This is where this is how it starts.
Okay.
I don't think I've ever actually seen the full thing.
I don't think I've seen it either.
So we saw you speaking earlier. What's the main message you're trying to get across today?
That the response to COVID is a lot worse than COVID. And COVID isn't about a virus. It's about increasing government control over our lives by using fear tactics to make people comply with giving up the rights and freedoms that millions of people fought and died for.
Cool. And what do you say to the people that we spoke to? Some of the people across the street, they're saying you guys are all
This
stupid.
is Connor.
That a lot of them say mandatory mask outside is what they want. How do you respond to people who are against what you're standing for here today?
Well, the fact of the matter is I just came from Netherlands. The Dutch are not stupid people. They're smart, they're independent, and they have balls. So guess what? They have no masks. They have 17 million people. If you go to a train station, maybe 1 out of 20 people is scared enough to wear a mask. Their bars are open. Their girls
Speaking
are still
of
working.
that, actually,
you can go smoke a joint in their coffee shops. You can eat in their restaurants.
Speaking of that, actually, the Netherlands, I believe, has now removed, including Sweden and Norway, and Denmark, have now removed all vaccine mandates, all passports, all masks. Basically, effectively, like their life has gone back to normal. Like in that part of the world, the Eastern European countries have basically taken control of their lives.
So if we're looking at examples to follow, right? We get this model. Joe Biden and everybody else is pushing. The key is vaccination. We have to vaccinate everybody, and we can get back to normal. And yet we see universities like Duke, Harvard Business, Israel. What's happened with them, right? It's far from normal. You look at them; they just went through COVID, and it looks like they're fine. I don't know, like out of these two options here, like, I mean, it's very simple. It's like, it's like if it's working for them, it's going to work for us. If it's not working for them, it's not working for us.
Yeah, and it makes me really upset because I hear things like, in Norway, we're all back to normal. Like, not that it makes me upset that you guys are back to normal, KJ, but like I was reading like somebody's tweet today that like,
Wow. I'm happy for you
Norway's back
guys.
to normal.
You
Everybody's
guys have
back to
smart
normal.
governments. Good for you.
Yeah, and then I see my government, my ex-government in Canada coming out and being like, you guys can't go and visit your families for Thanksgiving if you're on vax. And it's like, I just want to I
wonder how their
angry.
economies are doing over there.
Probably great.
I'm sure they're doing really good.
Probably like fantastic, especially tourism, because everyone's going there because they want to
they're smart. You got dumbasses like Disney. What do they think's going to happen if you make everybody, wear this band that proves that they got, that's going to eliminate probably if a quarter of the people here haven't been vaxxed, not to mention kids aren't vaxxed. Again, it's going to hurt your bottom line, you idiots. You freaking idiots.
Gonk, Denmark did remove their mandates because a high percentage of them were vaccinated. But they didn't ever have mandates for vaccination anyways. It was more like a suggested thing.
So people don't have to prove that they're vaccinated or unvaccinated.
No.
Okay.
They don't have passports, and they never did. They never had passports. So even same thing with Norway, and I think even Sweden. I think they have a high percentage of people who are vaccinated, but it's all by choice. Like no one's being coerced into getting vaccinated in those countries. And that's fine. I mean, if you want to go get vaccinated, go for it. Nobody's saying don't do it. It's just if the people that don't want to do it or the people who can't do it, that's the other thing. It's not even like they don't want to. It's like, even if they wanted to, it's like they can't because they're like, they have medical allergies or they have something that they can't go and get vaccinated, like they're pregnant or whatever, even though the CDC is now saying you should go get it if you're pregnant, which I think is fucking crazy. We don't even eat sushi when we're pregnant. We don't even drink coffee when we're pregnant. We're going to go
smoke,
Yeah, you don't smoke. and then you're gonna like go and put this shit in your body. Like, I don't. It just makes me fucking angry, man. It makes me angry.
So Norway's got at least one dose, 77.5, fully vaccinated, 68.1. I'm curious about Sweden. Actually, I should compare that to what are the U.S. numbers. So Sweden is 69 with one dose, 64% fully vaccinated. So they're, you know, I guess fully open. Let's see, United States. But did any of these places go through the lockdown?
No.
stuff?
Well, I mean, I think Norway may have for like, I think they just did the 15 days though. I don't think that they did like the whole thing. I don't know. Somebody was here from Norway, so if they can kind of confirm if they did the lockdown or not. Because I know Sweden never locked down, but I think Norway locked down for like just the 15 days. Oh, okay. No, he says no lockdowns. Okay.
I almost wonder if I mean, I'm not a medical expert, but anyways, the U.S. population, 57.5% at least one dose, fully vaccinated 52%, at least according to the statistics here when I look. Because I guess it's the eligible, like that's the 70 something when they're talking about like 75% of the population. I think Joe Biden just says that to make it look better than it is. Or I suppose it is just the eligible, right? So, but
And
technically,
we have someone from the Netherlands here. Neil says, we don't have smart government. They're trying to implement passports for restaurants, etc., but people don't accept it and are protesting it by hundreds of thousands. Oh, okay.
I take it back. You have smart citizens.
Yeah, you have smart
It's a big
citizens.
difference.
That's the same thing that's going on in like many places, in, France, in Italy. A lot of people are protesting these things that are going on. I made a mistake. I think I was talking about Denmark. That Denmark is the place that doesn't have any
mandates,
like mandates and passports and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, so let's listen to Chris Guy. Still, here we go.
They're open till 2:00 in the morning, and they've had less than 200 people up to age 60 die. When I was also Amsterdam is one of the top 3 cities in all of Europe for international travel. 50 million visitors a year from all over the world. So I met people from all different countries when I was there. Guess what? The only other country that's stupid like Canada and wearing masks on their school children was Germany and Belgium. Belgium's EU and UN headquarters, and Germany's had millions of people protesting in the streets over it. Italy, no masks on the kids. France.
What are we at now? Like a year later, and Germany's now making people wear fucking buttons that says vaccinated on it. This is fucked up.
Yep.
It's only masks for 12 and older. Egypt, no mask on the kids. Iran, no mask on the kids. Sweden, no mask on the kids. Finland, no mask. Denmark, no mask. So what is Canada? Why do we need them here where all these other countries are just fine without them? Answer, you don't. And when you have real world examples, that's the proof. It's that simple. You don't need a mask. The mask is about compliance because they know Canadians like to do what they're told.
Yes,
so they
they
tell you
do.
you have to wear a mask. Next, they're going to tell you have to contact trace. Then they're going to tell you have to take the vaccine. And because Canadians like to do what they're told, they're hoping that everyone just complies. And then guess what, kids? Once you take your vaccine, like a dumb person that doesn't know any better, they're going to tell you, sorry, the vaccine isn't as effective as we thought it was going to be. So now you still got to wear your mask, still got to get contact trace, still have all the restrictions and social distancing.
Australia's
and
contact
still
tracing.
take your vaccine. And then what did you get out of all of this? You got a whole year where you weren't allowed to travel. Your business was closed. They took your rights and freedoms. They forced a vaccine on you. And what happened? The same amount of people died. Everything is the exact same. And now they're going to put you back on lockdown and bring it all the way till July of next year so they can do the same thing again.
Yep.
Bring you from July, August, and September, getting you off lockdown, but just to bring you back on lockdown again. If you idiots haven't figured it out yet, it's a perpetual cycle that you never get out of. And it's a way to take your rights, your freedoms, close your business, take your wealth, Why? So you become dependent on government. Why? If you're independent, the government works for you like it's supposed to. If you depend on the government to give you a paycheck to feed your family every month because they closed your business on you, now the government doesn't work for you. The government rules you. So instead of a middle class, we have the government, upper class, and the lower class dependents that rely on the government to survive. In other words, we have a slave class. And that's what they're trying to do. It's that simple. All
This
right, thanks
guy
a lot,
just,
Chris.
he called it out right from the beginning.
I
Cubs
love
didn't
Chris
shut it down
Guy.
because they don't have the power to shut it down. I'm on quarantine. I was just in Ireland speaking to 15,000 people. They grabbed me before I could even get out of the car and said, "You're not allowed to be here. Get out of here." La, la, la. I said, "What are you going to do? Find me? Arrest me? Go for it. Do it right in front of everybody so I can challenge it, make it public, challenge it with all the different charter of rights and freedoms that you're breaking under these emergency laws that you do not have demonstrable justification to uphold.
Yes.
And then I will win. Everybody will know your laws are bullshit, and this whole charade collapses." Newsflash, they found over 600 people breaking quarantine. You know how many got fined? 0. It's not because they're cutting them a break. It's because they don't have the power to do it. Just like they don't have the power to shut down your business or give you a $100,000 fine if you stay open. It's all lies. It's all smoke and mirrors, and none of it will hold up in court. And I'm proof. They grabbed me. I'm here. I'm speaking to you.
That's the thing. Like, if everybody ran their business during that time too.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
He's the fucking living proof that they don't do shit. They'll try to make life as
They'll try to fine you
a living
up
hell
the
for
ass,
you.
but like legitimately, they don't have the right to do that. So it's like if everybody just said like, you know, fuck you, we're gonna run our business during that time. Again, I think more people would have seen like, yeah, you know what? These assholes don't really have the power that they're trying to, like you said, it's smoke and mirrors. But he was calling this shit October 2nd, 2020, a whole year ago.
Yep.
Good stuff. I mean, he's spot on. He was spot on. He is spot on.
He is spot. He's still spot on to this day. I mean, the guy does not get the credit he deserves. I always share his stuff, but I love Chris Guy. He's great. He's my hero.
This is my first introduction too. I saw him on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. This
right
interview.
now I will.
I just love this guy. So yeah, everybody follow Chris Guy. Everybody follow Chris Guy on Twitter. Here I'm gonna put his Twitter in the chat. He does a lot of stuff. He doesn't do YouTube, but he does a lot of stuff on Telegram, and he does a lot of stuff on what's it called? I forget what the other thing is that he does stuff on. But he's a busy guy too. Like he goes to interviews. He doesn't really stream except for when he's like live streaming from somewhere to like say when he's giving speeches and stuff like that. I've been dying to get him on my channel for months, but he's like very hard to get a hold of.
Oh, I'm sure.
London Fox 66 says my uncle will definitely hate this guy. Okay. Yeah, I guess your uncle doesn't like people who talk the truth. That sucks. That sucks. Just like what? Just like yeah. But yeah, that's what he's been doing. He's been talking about just say no for a long time. He keeps saying they're not gonna do anything to you. Just say no. Just keep fighting and just don't give in. Because that's what they want. He's been talking about that for a long time. But yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we're not. I don't know. I don't. At this point, it's like
we may be too late, but
Yeah.
at least we're gonna talk about it. We're still gonna talk about it. And on that note, I think we're gonna call it a night. It's been like almost 4 hours. Thank you so much for joining me tonight, John. It's
Oh,
been
of course. Yeah.
such a fantastic time to talk
Always.
to you every week. We will be back next Wednesday, I believe.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. And then do you got anything going on that you want to plug or whatever's?
Yeah, if you want to tune in my second channel, John Talks 2, it's backup channel. But yeah, subscribe to my original channel if you want. If you want to watch, political stuff about, they're usually about a minute or less. So
all of his links are in the description. So make sure you are subscribed.
yeah, we just passed 150. We're almost at 100, almost at 100 million views total. I'm getting there. I actually deleted some videos over the COVID scare or whatever. But yeah, we're getting there. We're getting to the 100 million mark. So that's pretty cool too.
Wow, that's great. Yay.
Yeah. So I just appreciate everybody, everybody watching and tuning in, subscribing. Means the world. And hopefully, hopefully we're not too late. We'll see.
I know, right?
We could turn this thing around. But I just want to say thank you so much, everybody in the chat. I know a lot of you definitely familiar faces, and I appreciate every single one of you. And I will be going, if I can figure out how to go live on my second channel, I will be doing more live streaming there. Maybe more midnight hour type stuff where I used to. So we'll see. But Nina, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate.
Of course, dude.
Anytime,
dude. I always have fun hanging out with you and talking crazy politics. I needed tonight because I was like, I was not in a good mood.
Yeah, I'm not in a good mood either. And I apologize to anybody for I don't know. I feel like sometimes I would much rather be doing fun and light stuff and just having a good time. But
hey, you're always welcome to come on Infinite Hope and talk about good news if you want to come on.
I might take you up on that.
You know what?
I might take it.
We can.
After last time, nah.
No. We can do a couple of lighthearted things because I always talk about. We talk about a lot of negative shit here. So what we can do is for example, I shared this video today that I was like I've seen this before and it's super cute, but we can talk about we can share it here because I thought
let's end on a good note.
Yeah, this is freaking adorable. Here. And I always talk about, guys, good stuff happens all the time. And this is just this is the small things in life. By the way, Restellar for $2 says only 33% of the US is vaccinated. 2 times 100 million equals Biden's 200 million. Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for that $2. And here is this is so much cuteness going on here. So this kid, he's supposed to reach this mount, and he's doing the slow-mo. He's so cute. Look at him. Time is going so much faster in his imagination.
He's like, no, I'm going to finish this here. So was this was there a walk that happened?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
And
this is how the video starts.
The kid batting is like, can you please?
Yeah.
There you go.
And everyone's like, yay! It took him 10 minutes.
He's just soaking it up. He's like, this is my time.
It's so funny. I mean, look at him, he's so cute.
I don't know if that was his dad or the coach or whatever.
I know.
It's
somebody. You need to put the music onto this thing, the dun 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 dun.
The Chariots of Fire.
Yeah. Yeah. That
Chariots
of Fire.
He's like, this
is my moment.
Yeah. He's like, I got the audience. They're thinking this is funny. Yeah.
Did you ever used to do this? I did this. Did you do
No,
it?
I never did this. Never.
Oh, you never did this? I did this.
Well, not in a game. I'd never held up a whole game,
I guess I didn't hold up the game either. I don't remember doing
I'm sure I've
that.
done slow motion.
Yeah, but I've done the slow-mo thing.
Yeah.
Where it's you think everything's going way faster, you know what I'm saying?
It would
I
just get
like-
annoying if he does this every time, you know, like, all right, it was funny. It was cute and funny, but I mean, even I'm like almost a little like if I was a parent, I would be kind of a little.
You're the
might be a little
worst.
annoying.
You're the worst.
I mean, I would not be booing the kid or anything, you know. It would be funny, but I mean, it's like if he tried doing it again, it's like, oh my gosh.
If he was your kid, you would love it. You'd be like, "Oh,
No, I
love
wouldn't.
you."
I would not. No.
Oh
Be
my
like,
god.
no, because the game is. This is why I can't do Infinite Hope with Nina. But no, it's like you know, you're holding up everybody else. You're holding up your own team. You're not thinking about other people, and so that's
He's
what I.
3. Oh my god.
Well, I would still what? Am I wrong here, chat? Let me know. I mean, are we just supposed to let 3-year-olds do whatever they want because it's cute and funny? It's cute and funny now, but when he's like 7 or 10 and he's not
No, well,
listening-
yeah, like if it's 7, yeah, obviously, but like, dude, at 3, you're not gonna be like, kids, stop it.
Well, what happens when the next kid does it during that game and the game is taking forever as it is? And then the next kid, because
I hope they
it's
do
like,
that because that's really cute.
no. No, you have to be considerate about other, you know, other people. That's, you know,
Let's see.
it was funny, you know, but I mean,
He gets to crap his pants with impunity, but that walking would get old quickly. Would be awkward if the kid was swimming, though. That's true. Yeah, like if it was every time, yeah, okay.
that's
Like
what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
okay, if it's that, like, that's funny. But if he did it every single time, it would just be annoying.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, yeah. Adriana, yeah. I guess that's true. It was the cute the first time, but not every time.
Yeah.
I think that's still cute. You're the worst.
I'm not here to be liked, all right? I'm just gonna be honest. I mean,
That's totally fine with me. I still love you. Okay. This is also funny.
I mean, the crowd like, hurry the.
There you go. This is the kind of stuff I watch on Infinite Home. Like you think that it's gonna get the string, but then it's just this other cat. What? It's funny.
No, it was funny. Yeah.
There's some sort of animal making noise in my yard. Can you hear that?
Yeah. What is that?
What the fuck is that? I don't know what that
Is that
is.
a dog? Is it a small dog?
I feel like it might be a dog, but then again, I don't know. Oh, what the fuck, right? Look at this thing.
Is this a beaver?
This is one of those wallabies or whatever the fuck. What are they called? Those giant, like hamster things, or like the giant.
Oh, okay.
I forget what they're called. I'm sure the chat knows, but they're like the giant hamsters.
Hmm.
Yes, the shit. Capybara. No, it's not a chupacabra. Nice beaver. That's what she said. That's not a beaver.
I guess the teeth that was the first thing I thought of.
Beavers are fucking way smaller than this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is not funny, but it's kind of funny at the same time. It's funny, but it's also not funny. It's a little funny.
So what is it? Is it? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
This is Crime Stopper, so it's definitely not
Okay.
funny.
Yeah. See? Now is that George Floyd's
Yeah.
statue? Oh wow.
Somebody threw paint on it. And everyone's like, whatever.
He did it in daylight too,
He
broad
didn't give a
daylight.
fuck. Everybody
You
in the
know,
community was making fun that he looks like Quarter Black Garrett. And then Quarter Black Garrett wore this outfit for the Steven Crowder
oh my
show.
gosh, I don't know. I
It
don't know
looked
if that
exactly like him. It was so funny.
the FBI is gonna be wow.
It was
In
great.
broad daylight, man. You know, you would think of if somebody's gonna do something like that, you would do it in the cover of night, right?
Yeah. That guy didn't give a fuck.
I thought he was gonna get the John Lewis statue because I couldn't see the Floyd one.
Oh, okay. The John Beckford too says, boss heard noises outside, 2 raccoons boinking. Oh my God, I've seen that happen in real life.
So we got some
I saw
sheep
that
shearing.
happen. Yeah. And he's just chilling. He's like, oh, groove me, baby.
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
He's enjoying it. He loves it.
Yeah, I'm getting a haircut.
Oh my God. Somebody's telling me to play the sexy
Oh
PETA
man,
fruit video. Did you see that?
I saw that. PETA is weird.
We don't need to see that again if John's seen it.
See, this is just simpler times, you know. Just
Oh, this was nice.
Oh yeah, that was cool. I got that on my timeline too. That almost doesn't look real, you know. It's so
I know, it's such an acid trip.
yeah. Talking about a natural high. The
God, I
Northern
love this shit.
Lights. I mean, that just looks unreal. You know, like that is
So magical.
yeah.
I love it. Oh, this is so cute. Have you seen this?
No.
This kid's just like trying to impress the girl. And she's like, hee. I love this so much. There's so much innocence going on here.
Yeah. Oh, simpler times. At least kids are yeah.
The old school days when the boy was trying to impress the girl.
I don't know if he's impressing or entertaining, but he's
He's
succeeding
definitely
at both.
impressing her. Look, she's laughing her ass off at him. She's like, hee, you're so funny.
Yeah, I mean he's like making I don't know if he's like making muscles, you know, or I'm not
He's
sure
like
what it's
dancing
like
for her.
yeah.
Kid's got more game than I do, says Conka. He's a dancing machine. He is. Shrimping at such a young age. I know. This guy's got the moves, man.
Yeah, to me it looks like he's flexing, you know. But
Oh, maybe that's what he's doing.
I'm
I
not,
don't
you
know. I
know.
think he's dancing, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's
Maybe
just
you're
not
right.
a lot of moving from the hips or the legs, but
Whatever he's doing, he's impressing her.
yeah.
It's working.
Yeah, guys just go out there and do that, you know, in front of women.
Can you imagine you went up to some girl and you just
She might cause the same reaction. I don't know.
I think I would laugh. Oh,
If you're just standing there and she like glances over and you just start doing that, just like
oh my God. That's a mating call right there. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? That's so funny. If you do that, please report back to how the woman reacts.
I'll have somebody recording the same angle. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Grown men need to try this out. I agree. I agree. Pete says that kid stole my move. Oh, that's funny. See, like
Yeah.
life is funny. It's like the simple things in life.
It really is. Like that's what we you know, I feel sorry for kids growing up nowadays. Gosh.
I know, right?
We're just sucking the fun out of everything.
Some hotter balloons.
This is obviously a time lapse, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
obviously. Because
If not, you would see
this is
vomit being projected
hot
out.
air balloons on fucking speed.
Yeah, that's wild looking.
Look
Looks so
how
much
fast,
different.
like when like
It's got to
this
be
one right
sped
here.
up like this is like sped up maybe like 10 times. Who knows?
A lot.
Yeah,
That's funny.
that's cool though.
There's some cuteness right here.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with dogs.
Can never go wrong with dogs.
Golden Retriever.
Yeah.
They're so well behaved.
They're the cutest, kindest dogs. They're
They
so
are.
kind.
I remember my brother and I, we thought this Golden Retriever was lost or something. And like it stayed at our house for a day and it turns out it belonged to somebody else. But it was just the nicest dog. Like we wanted to keep it. Yeah.
I love doggies. Except for this weird dog that's outside or whatever the fuck that is.
Nina's like, that one.
That fucking thing.
That could
There's
see
another dog too that like my neighbor has, and that one, I don't know what kind of dog it is, but it like its woof is like really loud. So it's like woof, like every time it like fucking barks, and like I can hear it here. So like sometimes they'll let him out, and like I'm live streaming and they'll be like woof, and I'm like, dude, like what the fuck? You can hear it when it whoops.
Wow.
Let's see. Do I have anything else cute? I have lots of cute stuff. This is all for Infinite Hope that I save for Fridays, but I'm sharing them with you.
I'm sure this audience isn't. Well, I take it back. I'm sure some people watch Infinite Hope.
I'm sure. Yeah, because you know, it's fun. Look at this piggy. He's having so much fun. Oh, so cute. Do you like pigs?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to own one, but you know, they're cute.
You wouldn't want to own one like right now, but if you had a farm, would you want to own one?
Well, I mean, I guess if I had a farm, I don't know if I'm I'm probably not really a farm person, but I suppose if I did have a farm, I would have a variety of animals on it.
Me too. I like animals.
Yeah.
Oh, this one has noise. Hold on. This thing barks.
Dog's like, this is how I sound. Oh my gosh. He looks miserable.
This dog is like, are you fucking kidding me right now?
Like, shut up. It's like I'm trying to sleep. Surprised he didn't snap at him or just.
I can't
do
believe
anything.
this bird is like even doing that. That's
just
fucking
taking it.
crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I would hate this bird. I'd be like, get it out of my house.
Yeah, it's worse than than a dog, for crying out loud.
It is worse than the dog.
It sounds just like a dog. It's crazy.
Have I ever told you my story of what's it called? The fucking parrot that my mother-in-law got?
No.
And it would say like, what the fuck? Like, did I ever tell you that story?
Wow, no.
So we had this parrot and she got it, and it would be like it would say that. And then we were like, what the hell's wrong with it? Like, why does it swear? And my mother-in-law was like, it doesn't swear. It's such a kind bird. But it would like always say that. It would be like, what the fuck? Like over and over.
I wonder where I learned that.
I know. And then like my sister-in-law, she started telling it to shut the fuck up every time it started saying that. And then it learned shut the fuck up. So it started saying, what the fuck? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like it would say the weirdest things. And then we had to get like my mother-in-law had to get rid of it. And she hated her life because my sister-in-law kept teaching it bad words. And it was not a good situation.
Oh man. Poor bird he didn't know. He didn't
know. He had no idea, but it was really.
I wonder who he gave it. Like, And like you donated it to a school or something.
I don't know what they did to that bird. I just know that at one point my mother-in-law had enough and she was like, this getting out of here. I think I don't know where she fucking donated it to, but she got rid of it somehow.
That's a tough thing. I don't know.
She loved that bird too.
Yeah.
And she was like so mad. She's like, you guys are teaching it swear words.
I mean, that's the thing about those parakeets is they can actually talk, and
yeah, this one talked. That one was that one was different than this one though. It was like green, like it was like a legit green parrot, like it was like a green one. That was cool. But yeah, anyways, so there you go. On a nice note,
there we go.
To end the show.
Nice.
So thank you everybody for tuning in tonight.
Appreciate you.
Catch me Friday for Infinite Hope. Still gonna be talking good news, all that good stuff. And then Sunday, of course, for the last episode of What If. It should be fun. Should be a good time. So definitely come and hang out with us. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Especially those of you who super chatted. I really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you for all your super chats. John Burns, America Free, everybody who did that. Thank you so much. And if you guys just hung out in the chat and just press the like button, I really appreciate that. If you share the stream, I really, really appreciate that. So thank you guys. What? I missed my question or your question. What did I miss? What was your question?
Oh, thank you for subscribing, by the way, Jedi Knight. Appreciate it.
Said, imagine if Mr. Miyagi had a parrot, he wouldn't have to do anything and everyone would learn karate. Is that what it is? Just type it again because I'm tired and now I'm like missing things.
Wax on, wax off. Paint the fence. Danielson.
I don't know. I need to know what you're talking. I need to know what you said now. I have no idea. I'm sorry I missed it, but I'll grab it next time. So again, thank you everybody so much. We will be back next week with John for more Infinite Talk. We will be talking about all the crazy shit going on. So come and hang out with us and let's keep each other company because there's not very many of us left with common sense. So yeah, we'll see you next week. Bye.
Yeah, everyone. Take care.